So this is a solo fighter character that I'm going to be running. It's the design or the whole purpose of this is to help people that don't know how to play or don't know what are the tips and tricks of soloing or how to get through some quests while soloing or need some advice to get through certain adventures while soloing. That's the purpose of this playthrough. I'm playing through the game. I'm recording all of my gameplay so that way, in case somebody needs some advice on how to get through a quest that has traps and they don't know what to do with it, they'll have like a point of reference because I can just point to this video and be like, hey, this is what you do. But with that being said, we're going to get started here with level 6. So level 6 means I'm moving on to level 4 quest. This is on hardcore, so I got to be a little bit more careful, but I'm not super worried about being on hardcore. It's not that big of a deal. The first thing I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to upgrade my potions. So potions of resistance are really nice, but it's even better than potions of resistance. Potions of resistance that give you even more stats. So I'm going to be replacing these potions with brand new ones. The potions of resistance 20. So I'm going to be selling away all of my potions. So go away Fox's Cunning. Don't need mage armor, but resist acid, cold, electricity, and fire. Get rid of all of those potions because I have no need of them. And instead, I'm going to be replacing them with 10. Can I buy 10 of these each? I don't know. 10 acid, 10 cold, 10 electricity, and 10 fire. This does seem like I'm spending a lot of my money on potions, but trust me, the money that I'm spending on potions now is going to save my life into the future, and it is important. So I'd rather have this than die to not having this, in my opinion. Plus, these potions last 7 minutes, which is not too bad, so it actually extends the life of the potion. And I'll need to make sure I'm watching my actual platinum intake and outtake to get this character all the way through the game. I'm also going to be making a second adjustment. I'm going to try buying a wizard hireling. I actually don't know how good or bad a wizard hireling is for this character, so we're going to see. It's Blast here. I think Blast will heal me, but I actually don't know. But he's a Warforged, so we'll find out. If Blast heals, that's great. If Blast doesn't heal, I'll probably use the other hireling. So you know what? I'm just in case, I'm going to buy both of them. Both Blast as well as a Cleric. So I'm going to buy Marith. So I know it might look like I'm wasting some gold. I don't know how effective it's going to be. As a Warforged, it would be nice to actually have a heal coming from Blast. But again, that's a wait and see. And then finally, I'm just going to spend out literally the rest of my cash on healing potions. I never want to worry about going, oh, do I use a healing potion before I engage a combat? Because I'm worried about like how much money I have. I'll get more money later. That's not that big of a deal. I'd rather just use the healing potion to always be at full. It just means you don't have to worry about like restarting quests nearly as much. So it's kind of important on that one. So we're just going to grab some more potions. Unfortunately, the repair potions can be a little bit more expensive. How much are these? 90 each, so I can buy 10, I guess. And then that's 900 platinum. Oh, well. Good enough. I'd rather spend 900 platinum and have potions than die to not having potions. So now that I'm level 6, I got to move on to the level 4 quests. There's a couple of quests I'm going to be doing here to kind of work my way through this. The first one I think I'm going to do is Chanticleer, the level 4 Chanticleer quest. Move in, do the level 4 quests in Tangleroot. Probably do a couple other level 4 quests here and there. Actually, I'll show you a good quest that's good to get through. The Sharn Syndicate has a bunch of relatively difficult quests in them, and I don't love running most of them. But there's one here called Dirty Laundry. It has some traps in it, which can be quite dangerous. However, I'm going to show you how to get past all of the traps without worrying about taking any damage. So I think that's probably a good example here as to something you can do. It'll give me the opportunity to test a blast, and it shows you why you want to have resistance potions, because I want to have electric resistance in here, because there's a lot of electrical damage. And this guy can apparently haste me, which is kind of cool. And I now have whirlwind attack, so I can now hit multiple targets at the same time, which is kind of cool. Again, I don't know if my hireling is actually going to assist me in any capacity, but they're killing stuff, so I don't know, seems fine so far. Blast like One Punch Man? I don't think so. I don't think Blast is like One Punch Man at all. Another fun thing about this quest is the fact that you have banners constantly getting in the way of your screen, so you can't see anything. Love that. I think Blast will also heal themselves. My worry is that it's just going to spend all its spell points, not actually taking care of its own hit points, but we'll see as we go along. Although it's hitting for hundreds of damage. Wow, look at this wizard hireling. Just kicking ass. I never use the wizard hirelings. And And it looks like it heals itself, so that's kind of cool. Alright, so there's a trap here. How do you deal with this trap? You just count it. Up, go. You just wait for it to be up, and then you run through it. So, up, and you run through. Just like that. Spike traps are not too difficult to deal with, as long as you just count it out. And that is exactly how I deal with spike traps. It's just by counting out the ups and downs and going from there. I have no idea if Blast is going to heal me or not. We're going to find out. I know I've been curious about this, but as my health gets lower and lower, we'll see. Fortunately for me, I have 2 uses of Second Wind. But you always want to grab a healing hireling, so maybe it would have been better to use, like, Healer's Friend as opposed to Repair Amplification, but whatever it is, what is. So it looks like Blast is in the other room, attacking nothing and casting into the wall. So he spent 100 spell points attacking the wall, which is interesting. I don't know how much I love this hireling, gonna be honest. I wonder what abilities he even has. Customize AI. Wand of Magic Missile, attack and wait for traps. Huh. Alright. Ah, we'll see. Only thing I've seen that doesn't go into melee range. Just hit once and go AFK for 5 seconds before seeing them again. Yeah, he doesn't seem to understand how to get into rooms. And he does cast Repair, though, which is interesting. I think putting him on defensive is probably the better course of action, because then he has to follow me in. So maybe that works a little bit better, so he'll only start, like, actually doing stuff when I start taking damage. Because currently he just casts spells into walls, so that's really interesting. Hey, what's up, Arcaniverse? How are you doing? Advantage to the Sharn Guardians? Yeah, they have Reconstruction, and they use it really aggressively, too, which is nice. Huh. I have a feeling that this hireling kind of blows. I know I haven't spent a lot of time with it. I'll try Blast in a second quest, but I'm not loving this so far. Definitely not the same Blast? No. I did a single wall since summoning him. True. He's been protecting me from every single wall. No dangerous walls here. Yeah, interesting. I did not expect that. I didn't expect him to just kind of stand there and attack nothing. It might look like it's weird because I'm breaking up which quests I go to, but I'm just doing quests, you know, that are 2 levels under me, so that way I get the bravery bonus, so I get more experience points for the level up process. It makes it easier that way. They don't. In the classic, in the old school Yu-Gi-Oh cartoon, there was that one card called Wall Shadow. It's a shadow that gets you from the wall. What a awful card. I remember watching the cartoon and I was like, wow, that's so crazy. And then you open up a card pack and you get the actual Wall Shadow. And it's just a really bad 5-star monster. And you're like, oh, it's very boring. All right, we'll try Blast again. This quest is a little bit more high intensity. So we'll see how Blast does in here. Also, the only resistance you really need is fire resistance for the most part, which should help out a little bit. I'm going to be trying to make sure I get a good amount of chests, so for extra gold, so I will be trying my best to loot every chest that I can come across. Also, I really like that they improved the movement speed going through water. It's good. Why am I soloing? Because this is a solo fighter for a video recording. So that's why I'm doing it. It's for a video. So I put it on screen so it'd be easy to follow. Maybe I'll just make the text bigger so it'll be easier for people to see it. Here, let me just fix that real quick. I'll just make the text a little bit bigger. Okay, there we go. There we go. Perfect. Now I think that works well for everybody. Maybe Blast is testing me, maybe. Ooh, Fortification and Death Block. That's actually a pretty interesting docent. I do need to make sure I have a Death Block item, which I don't have. And I will need one eventually. Currently I have Fortification Belt. Or sorry, Fortification Shield. But I will need to get Deathblock eventually. I don't know where I'm going to get that. Mark of Beelzebul. Terrifying. Blast is testing me? I don't think Blast is testing me. Maybe my patience, but that's about it. Hey, what's up, screen? How are you? How are you doing? I think the other thing I don't like about it is I can't command it to heal me. So I just have to wait on the AI to actually make the decision to cast a heal spell on me, which is a more nerve-wracking portion of this. Yeah, I figured it's not that bad to test it out. This character is strong enough as it is on its own, so I'm not super worried about my general experience through the leveling process. I can be flexible, try out a couple different things, see how this character goes.
There seem to be large amounts of activity here.
As I said before, there's going to be like more XP than I really need, so I can be very flexible about which quests I do. And it does seem to heal me. I mean, 125 is no slouch, so yeah, why not? Just use the hireling. Okay, here, cleric. At some point in the later on with this character, I will be taking... I posted the actual full build in the video that I posted this morning, so if you haven't seen it, I posted like the first chunk of the solo fighter leveling process on YouTube for people that already wanted to see. And I also posted the full build in that video as well, so if that's something you're curious about. You're level 1 doing Canth Crystal because it has a summon. True, you get the dog. Yep, I never thought about that. Oh no, I Hate Traps was slain by a trap. Oh no. You hate to see it. Well, I mean, they do hate traps. So, like, yeah, makes sense. I got it. I'm picking up what they're putting down. I mean, not everybody loves traps, but I Hate Traps. Really, they definitely hate traps, you can tell. Yeah. Your Barb will basically solo the harbor. Yeah, Frenzy's not too bad. Alright, I'll actually get the video out of the picture out of the middle of the screen, so it's less annoying for people to see. I don't need to kill this, I just got distracted because I was editing the thing on my other monitor. Fortunately, my hireling is actually healing me, which is very nice of it. I need precision. Here we go. That's a good spot. Nothing goes up there. Can I make it bigger? I can't make it bigger, no. It's not physically possible to make it bigger. If I do, I'd have to rewrite the programming that makes the entire website twitch.tv work. And to do so, I'd require a reverse front-forward algorithm that would end up going through a wormhole through the center of the universe. And yeah, it's a little too complicated for most of you guys to understand, so that's why I wouldn't want to make it any larger. I mean, geez, you know what I'm saying? It's just... Well, you probably don't, but, you know, that I just don't want to make it too complicated. But, yeah. So you're going to notice this character is obviously really tanky, and this is really where the magic of armor class comes in. Armor class is really, really valuable as a statistic. A lot of people will tell you otherwise, that armor class is useless, that it sucks, and that it doesn't do anything. But obviously, you're going to see a lot of monsters are going to be missing me strictly because I have a lot of armor class, and for no other reason. Armor class is very valuable and really gets the job done, especially in the early levels, and it's still useful as you get closer to end game. On my tank, who has 180 armor class right now on Hardcore League, 180 is not amazing for a tank, but it's still good enough that about half of all attacks that come in against me do nothing. Will you update the Vanguard build? Not with this. This isn't a Vanguard. At some point, probably. Didn't I already do that? I feel like I played a Fighter Vanguard semi-recently, but maybe I didn't. Maybe I'm imagining playing a Fighter Vanguard recently. Feywild Channeling Mounds are going for ironic deaths. Well, The thing about getting killed at level 5 by a Shambling Mound, I'm not sure what exactly that person might have been expecting, given that the Shambling Mounds are in Feywild, which is, you know, something you can do at level 9 as opposed to level 5. Important note about the Shambling Mounds as well is they're quite dangerous, because a Shambling Mound, which might not otherwise seem dangerous, has access to Splinter Bolt. Splinter Bolt is a spell that deals piercing damage, which is highly dangerous because it is not really resistible. And so you got to be really careful about how you handle the Splinter Bolt. Enhancements still out of date. Yeah, we can take a look at that. That's something I'm down to redo. It's a fighter build, and now with the new second wind, fighter feels a lot better for the general leveling process. If you're a first life character, it feels great on elite difficulty. If you have past lives, especially those paladin past lives, oh, does it feel good on Reaper 1. So, and fighter is your next TR build. This is my second quest with Whirlwind Attack. I'm liking it. I haven't used Whirlwind Attack really on a single character, but the amount of extra damage it gives in the early game, the +2W, is really noticeable. And the fact that it's a double hit against every monster in front of me, it's like mini chains. It's a good way to think about it. Is Great Cleave even relevant anymore? I mean, yes. So the reason why Great Cleave and Great Cleave are still good is because if you're playing with like power attack, it's hard to get all the feats for power attack and dodge and mobility and whirlwind, whereas you already have power attack, so you can just take Cleave and Great Cleave. Others take precedence late game. I would also disagree with that. Especially if you're somebody who does Reaper mode, Armor Class is one of your better defensive tools. Physical resistance rating is good, and so is dodge, but Armor Class is pretty much going to be better in a lot of cases than like incorporeality and concealment. And also getting extra armor class is something that a lot of people can really fit in. Just remember that you can get 12 armor class from natural and 10 from for protection just from augments alone. That's 22 extra armor class just from augments. A lot of people aren't using on top of their stuff, and 22 is a lot, and it's very easy to come by. Revealment kind of sucks because I am a strength-based character, so I really don't want to be Raven Feebled. Also, my hireling can't really handle the wolves because he's out of mana. That's okay, though. I can. Oh, and he drinks healing potions. Yeah, good job, Blast. Keep that health up. I did a Vanguard fighter last hardcore, but it was a wisdom-based fighter, and it used falconry, and it was not my best creation. I'm going to be leaving the last part of Shantikor, specifically because I don't want to do it right now, because it's quite dangerous. With a large fire trap, and I'd want to have a few more buffs before I can do that. I'll be going back in there with House P buffs, because all you need is 75 House Fjarlan favor, and I should be able to get there pretty handily. I'm always place fighters on hardcore because they're OP. I mean, true. Fighters, great class. I mean, traditionally it hasn't been, and it still probably isn't, but it's good enough. It gets the job done. Falconry Fighter from Season 6 is still good, or would you update that build and use this instead? Oh, that build was a meme build. Sorry, I thought that was clear. That build was a meme build. It was fun to play, but I wouldn't call it good. How's D depth chain is pretty good here, so we'll do the depth chain, I think, right now. That's the current goal. Exactly. Yeah, it is a good comparison to say that the Fighter Vanguard, the Falconry Fighter Vanguard build, is definitely more of a wimp low than anything else. You know, the Falconry Fighter Vanguard Wisdom based build, his signature move is the your face or my face against your fist style. It's not the most effective strategy. Yeah, this character is not a meme build. People don't try to make sure they're covering at least all their bases. Some people do. A lot of people don't. I think defensive gearing is something that many people struggle with in Dungeons & Dragons Online, and it's understandable as to why that happens. Get out of here. There is a hound somewhere around here. I just can't find it. He's sneaky. I gotta say, Blast is carrying his own weight. The guy just, like, keeps pumping out fireballs. Also, goodbye, Stiff Staff. Slain again. Now, you might be wondering why I'm specifically doing the Depths of Despair quests. Are these quests really good? And not really. But what they do have is a end reward structure. You get 4 separate end rewards. That's 4 separate items you can use on your character that you didn't have before. So that's one of the reasons why I'm going to be using it on this character or doing this quest here. Also, I want fire resistance because there's 2 troglodyte shamans I have to deal with, and both of them cast fireballs. Technically, they both cast fireball and lightning bolt. But, you know, fireball hurts. Also, there's fire dogs here. I don't really need fire resistance on this character, especially in these quests, but it's just nice to have. I'd rather have fire resistance active and not need it than not have it and do need it. Yeah, they could probably stand to add some more level 4 quests, honestly, if they wanted. They could. I don't think it would be definitely necessary, but if SSG was like, hey, by the way, we don't have a good quest range, we don't know what level range we want to add quests into, I wouldn't say no to level 4 quests. Oh no, I got baned. Not bane. But yeah, and like I said, this build is already in the video, so if you want to play it right now and you don't want to wait for like me to make a specific video about this character, I'm not going to make a specific video about this character because I'm going to have the guided playthrough in the parts, and so it's already exists, so you can go look this one up if you want. What's in here? More fire damage. A possible rust monster and oozes right here. Oh no, it's just troglodytes. There's an ooze later on. I'm thinking of the other quest after this. Like how this shaman doesn't even know. In level 4 quest, we have the Sharn Syndicate. The problem with the Sharn Syndicate is if you don't have the ability to disable traps, it's basically a non-completable quest. The first quest, you have to defend the 2 brothers, which is very boring. I guess technically you can steal the Storm Reaver Fresco without being able to disable traps. You just have to fight the stuff. But Repossession is essentially a trap-required quest. You don't technically need traps, you just have to have all the stats to be able to identify everything, which means you need to have tomes. And it's like, I don't know. I'll do the quest where I don't need to have tomes necessarily. I'm not a huge fan of the Sharn Syndicate, personally. Some people like it, I very much don't. I got a Luck Blade. Wow. Cool. The Luck Blade is a short sword that has 3 augment slots, good luck, and it does a D7. It's also an 18 to 20. It's one of the better leveling short swords. It's a very weird weapon in this game. Oh yeah, and the Binder family. There's so many traps in that one. I forgot about that one too. Yes, you can. You absolutely can recall out once you finish the one quest. You're also going to notice I'm not using my second wind to heal myself. I'm using potions. That's because second wind is like my entire health bar, and I want to have it in case of emergency. To me, that's more important. And I really do need that hit chance. That bad and you just need to do it? Nah, I'm not going to do it. I do all the other 4s. I don't mind the level 4s, actually. I think there's a lot of good level 4s. There's also a lot of good level 5s in DDO as well. Okay, so this part can be scary. How do you deal with this? There's the way that I usually deal with this, which is just shoot them. You pull all the dangerous monsters out of the room so that way you don't get sniped down by everything up top, because all the stuff upstairs is quite dangerous. And the stuff downstairs is also quite dangerous, especially if the boss is a big-ass champ. So to prevent myself from dying to Gribik Snarlfang, I just do that, kill them outside the room, and then we're all set. And then you're going to get sniped down by all these monsters along the edges with their fire damage, which is why I used Fire Resistance Potion. But I'm going to loot the chest here and run away. Easy.
Are the Bender family just a bunch of alcoholics?
I don't think so. It's Binder. B-I-N-D-E-R. Or Binder? I don't know. The quest is called Book Binder Rescue. So I'm not sure if it's Binder or Binder. And I think the DM text in the game, the Dungeon Master says the Binder. He goes like, Alistair Binder. So I honestly don't know what the answer is. That's a great question. The librarians? I think so. Oh, the spirit binders. I gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I'm following you. I'm following you. Also, this is why I just carry around extra weapons. Yeah, they break, but I can repair them in town. And, I don't have to worry about, like, breaking my actual main primary weapon. Yeah, bookbinding is a profession, but again, it's called Bookbinder Rescue, but the DM text calls them the Binder family. So when you listen to the video game, there's a dungeon master, and the dungeon master will talk to you, and the dungeon master who talks to you says the Binder family, Alastair Binder, Grey Mob Binder. So I don't know if it's Binder or Binder.
It doesn't matter how effective the movies may make this seem. People cannot do it, and they will be liable for injuries that these traps cause. Why is Eberron law enforcement not putting these ruffians in jail?
I think it depends on the actual jurisdiction. I don't think there's a lot of general law that applies anywhere in Eberron, so I'm pretty sure that you can probably trap whatever you want. It seems that to me that you can trap whatever you want. So I wouldn't be surprised if there are no like specific rules against trapping. I think it's... Oh, binder, not binder? Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, yeah. When you die in hardcore, you lose everything in backpack 2 and money. You don't lose it. It's just in your character's inventory in the Land of Lost Souls. You just don't have access to it. You have to transfer that character to another server. Oh, con damage, eh? That's a problem. This is why we bring the spell casting hireling. I will be using the shrine after this, just because I want to be able to get rid of the extra damage. Although I do have Potion of Lesser Restoration, just in case. So I can roll and get one. Also an Avernus Battle Rager. Perfect. Alright, well, we're good. Doesn't Second Wind cure you? At level 8, in addition, you are cured ability damage, blind, confusion, dazed, dazzled, deafened, diseased, exhausted, fatigued, feeble-minded, nauseated, poisoned, or stunned. Oh, right, and you can use this while crowd controlled. It's perfect. Do I need a shrine? I think so. I think it's a good idea to shrine, so I'm going to do that. You never know if you're going to die before the final boss, and I'd much rather shrine now than die right before the final boss. That would be pretty embarrassing. Again, I'm not too worried about like going the absolute fastest, although I'm going to be going at a good pace during this entire process. But I'd rather stay alive. Especially since the final boss room over here is literally just a whole heaping helping of elementals. Alright, let's go. Elementals, attend me. Also, Blast, really doing a great job here, just kind of chunking these guys down. And then Whirlwind Attack coming in clutch. I gotta say, Whirlwind Attack is getting the job done. I do like Whirlwind Attack and what it's doing for me right now. Okay, another quest with traps. How do you deal with all of the traps in this adventure? Well, I'll tell you. Do I need anything for this? I don't know if I need any elemental resistance here. These are melees. And then we have ogres in the next room. I'm going to get a haste from Blast. I'm going to get a haste from Blast. Thanks, buddy. I actually managed to intimidate some of this stuff, which is interesting. Apparently this, not this ogre, though. There is a bunch of oozes in this room, so I'm going to take down the oozes. Crack out the old two-handed weapon. So, alright, so there's a trap here in this next room. The trap is right at this elemental. What you do, elemental gets up, slam by the trap, you hear the slam, and then I'm just going to run away. The elemental will follow me down. The trap is invisible, obviously, so you didn't see it. But he will follow me down the hill here, and then I can fight it away from any possible traps. That's number one. Number two, this barrel, if you explode it, summons a fire elemental, so you want to be mindful of that. Don't break that if you don't want to fight the fire elemental that's present. And now we get to the second trap of this dungeon. So that's right here. The way to avoid this trap is you go over the middle and you just run. If you jump, you can fall down. But if you just run, you run over top of the gap and you do not get hit by or trigger the trap. So don't jump, just run over. If you jump, you can fall in the middle. If you fall in the middle, on this side there's one trap, on this side there's one trap, in the middle there's 2 traps. You just want to run over the top of that. So don't worry about jumping there, just run. I just wanted to be able to trip the Minotaur Berserker. I can't trip him. I'm not powerful enough. All right, there's another trap here. It's on this collectible. How do you avoid it? You don't get it. If you have a trap person, they can go get the collectible, but if you don't, just ignore it. The trap box is before the collectible, but it's another blade trap that gets you. So, unfortunately, even if you wanted that one, it's a no-go, sadly. It is a no-go for sure. Get a little bit of haste. Oh, Blast is level 6, so his haste lasts 36 seconds. Ooh, it's exciting. I wonder if there's like a hireling that has extend. Like an extended haste. Probably not, but you never know. Anyway, I'm just going to keep spamming Whirlwind Attack. I don't really have anything better than Whirlwind Attack right now. And it does not only extra damage, but it also hits twice, so it's pretty good. It's almost as fast as actually attacking. But for this character, so I might as well just use it whenever I can. And that is the House D Depth Quest. I didn't really get a whole lot of stuff. A lot of scrolls out of those chests, I tell you what. A lot of scrolls. Some minor pieces of armor. New shield with acid absorption and acid resistance. Could be good if I have to deal with a lot of acid, but not great. Evasive shield, dodge of insightful repair amp, constitution of equipped healing amp. I don't currently want any of these shields, but I'll think about it. This character is going to be Vanguard adjacent. Another insightful repair amp shield. Very cool. Character is going to be Vanguard adjacent, so we'll see. Oh. Oh, that's good. Strength 5, Dex 5? I mean, you know, it just fits right up my alley, I think. I think that's the type of item I would want. So I'm going to hold on to that to level 8. Quite useful. Here, nothing great. I'm going to grab the shield so I can sell it out of the game. Here, I got a Charisma Feather Falling Ring. It is better than regular Feather Falling, so I think I will actually keep that one. The Charisma is nice because it gives me better Use Magic Device and Intimidate for protecting my hireling. Cloak's okay. I like the natural armor, so I'm going to take the Charisma Ring. And then Shoals Vidikar. What has he got for me? Armor pieces and nothing great. And a Scimitar. So I'm going to grab the Chainmail because it's got this blue effect, so it's going to be worth more money to sell it. So I can get some more gold. Some more gold! Gold. And I'm going to keep this here. So I'm going to bank this. And I'm going to go run the quests in Tangleroot Gorge. Now, Tangleroot Gorge has a couple interesting quests in it. And I got a couple more to do. One of which has a whole host of traps. And a lot of people probably don't know how to deal with them. So I'm going to show you how to get through Tangleroot Gorge completely trap-free. So hopefully that will be helpful. So 11 the Artie Barty Warlock. Nice. Yeah, I did the Rogie Barty Warlock for this season for people that might need it. Oh, remember when I talked about those brokers before? The brokers in the marketplace? Some ships also have brokers. So on Hardcore League, I posted brokers here. They're just on the first floor if you happen to be on my ship in the Hardcore League. So you can pawn off your stuff to get more gold. So I can pawn off all these shields that I don't want and all these armor pieces that I don't want and pick up 3,400 platinum or 3,200 as opposed to... no platinum whatsoever. There's also a clothing pawn who I think only doesn't actually work. They only sell stuff for some reason, which is really weird. But you can buy stuff off of them in case you just want to get a couple items. Cold Iron Returning Throwing Dagger is great, and I want to hold on to this because this is the perfect ranged weapon. So I'm going to lock this, put this here, put this over top of the bow, and now I don't need to carry around the bow anymore or arrows. So that's great. Quarterstaves I don't need. Cloak I don't want. Docent, I want to hold on to this just in case. I do have a sheltering item, so having Deathblock is kind of interesting. Deadly is better. Alluring Bracers or Alluring Ring. Again, it's a lot of like just checking to see what you do and don't need, and going through items with a fine-tooth comb. And I'm already up to, again, 4,900 platinum, so even though I spent a bunch of money on potions, I've already made all the money I spent on potions back, and because I used them, I didn't feel any worry in any capacity about the possibility of death. So, again, that's why the potions are nice. It just really, it's that peace of mind is what you're paying for. You're paying for the peace of mind. seems low level for +5. Actually, it's not. That is the lowest level for +5. +5 starts at 8 on crafting. Is it? No, I think it's 7, actually. I think 7 is +5. Because 5 is +4. So you can make a level 5 item that's +4 to stats. So you can make a level 5 Charisma 4, Constitution 4 ring, if you wanted, as an example. Or Dexterity Constitution ring. So that's an option. Anyways, I did Chief Hungers, so we're all set. Blast has got 34 minutes on him, which is good. I would expect that for probably the rest of the time I do this recording, it's going to take me about a level an hour on average, probably. So the whole 1 to 20 is probably going to take me about 20 hours doing it solo. That sounds about right, on average. Cool. So this quest, again, there's going to be monsters that cast fire spells because hobgoblins cast fire spells. So that's what you want for that. Gonna beat up this Black Widow spider, and we'll keep going. Yeah, overall, I'm pretty happy with the performance of the this just fighter. I forgot about how good just having beefy armor class is and being tanky. This character also is going to be set up to have a total of, I think, 18 maximum dexterity bonus on armor, which matters because it means you can actually get a lot of dodge on this character, even though you're wearing armor. And dodge is a really, really good endgame stat because it pretty much always works, except for when a monster has dodge penetration. So if they have dodge bypass, then it can be annoying, but you don't have to worry about that in any other case. Now, this quest can be mildly worrisome because there's a lot of monsters that you have to deal with. And I'm going to heal up before I go in here. There is a big chunk at the end where there's a major trap. I'm going to show you how to get past that trap every time. So if you don't happen to have a rogue, you can easily solo through the entirety of Tangleroot. You can actually get through Tangleroot without dealing with any of the traps, except for one. There's one trap where you will have to take a hit from, but I can also show you how to get through that trap as well, which I will be doing on this character. Just because Tangleroot's really good experience, so it's kind of important to run it when you get the chance. Oh my god. This guy's beating up my hireling. Even an armor-piercing sword. As I said, just picking up all the gold and then selling, or all the items and selling it to brokers. As a Warforged, unfortunately I started with a minus on Charisma, and my haggle is not too good, so using the brokers is very essential to getting a little bit more money. And I'm basically going to be rushing the clerics in these rooms. If you are not playing as a Warforged, you have to be careful because the clerics can hold you. So I don't really need to worry about my will saves that much here because I'm playing as a Warforged. So even though my will save is 5, the worst they can do to me is hit me with damage or fear. And even fear, I can still run around, I can do things. Whereas if you are playing as a regular squishy mortal, they will hit you with hold monster and then you are, well, dead. So just keep that in mind. Here we go. I like the fact that I'll get some Intimidate as well from this ring, which will be nice when I actually take my level. Level 7 coming soon, of course. Alright. So, another little, small, mildly dangerous catacomb. Just gotta be careful of the tacticians. Sometimes orange names will not actually display the type of champion they are above their head, which can be quite annoying. It's not too bad here on elite difficulty if you are soloing on Reaper mode. Just be careful about what specifically type of champ they happen to be, because it can be nerve-wracking depending on the champ. Now, this last section has traps. I'm going to show you how to get through this without dealing with a single one of the traps. So, let's go over here. So this section up here. So right here, there's this hallway that has traps and another hallway that has traps to get up to the bosses here. How do you deal with them? I'll show you. You don't actually have to go and fight them there. You see, there's actually an overlook. So if I follow around this area, I will eventually come out at the overlook. Run around here. Through this seemingly, safe hallway. There also are stealth monsters around here, wargs and what have you. The hobgoblin infiltrators and the patrol leaders. You just got to be mindful about that. But eventually...
Poojas, solo synth stalwart soldier shark core, let's go boys.
That's right. I didn't say the shark core, you said that, but yeah. Anyway. So you see how I can see these goblins here? Guess what? If I hit them, they're aggroed on me now. All of these monsters are now aggroed on me. Well, how do they get to me? They gotta run. So now I just run back. So all of the monsters are now running past all the traps. So some of them are going to die to those traps, but a lot of them are just going to make it through, and then I can just fight them once they eventually get down here.
The hobgoblin tactician.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Studying a map of Tangleroot, sees you and draws his sword to the snow.
And now, perfectly safe. Never had to go up there, didn't have to run through any of the traps, and even better, you don't even have to worry about getting held monstered. I died previously in Tangleroot to getting held monstered when I walked up there by the 2 clerics. Don't even have to worry about that. So that is how you get through this while dealing with the traps. Again, there's almost always a way in DDO to get through a dungeon without worrying about the traps. And I'm going to do my best to give you as many examples as possible. And so whenever you come to a trap, try to get creative. You know, try to think, okay, how am I going to overcome this? How do I get past this without dealing with the traps? Because I can't. Because I'm playing a character build and I don't have the ability to deal with it. So, how do you deal with it? There's always a way. It's also why I have jump potions in here. Jump potions are great for dealing with traps. And I will be continuing to use those in the future. It's also why I leveled up jump, the skill. I will stop leveling up jump around level 20, or like 20 points of jump, because I won't need jump anymore. For now, I'm going to keep doing it until I get to, like I said, around 20 ranks, because I want to be able to just jump easily all the time. My strength will fill in about 10 points. I'm at 6 right now. It'll fill in about 10 points total. And then I've got my jump potions, which will fill out another 10 points around there. Bailey's to coffee? That's a great question. I go by color.
I usually use the patented strategy of run and panic.
Oh, run and panic. Yeah, so run and panic also works. Depends. It's not a bad strategy either. What I usually do is I add in just a little bit of Bailey's into my coffee, and then I look at the color, and if the color looks like how it would normally look when I put some milk into my coffee, then I know it's good, and then that's how I go with it. Drink a potion before I run in here. I've got aggro and everything, so I'm just going to fight clerics. Again, I like to focus spellcasters first, generally when given the opportunity, because I find spellcasters are dangerous because of stuff like this cause fear. So I'm just going to run around while I wait. Fear immunity is something this character will be getting. I just don't have it yet. 1. I'm only +5 against cause fear, so the idea that I would fail against the fear stave is not too unlikely. What's up, Darth Dubious? How are you doing? How's it hanging today? Hopefully you're doing well. Alright. Kill all the monsters here, and we're all set. Again, one of the benefits of fighters, I'm just so tanky. I don't really take a lot of damage. Frankles, how are you? Hopefully you're doing good. Welcome, welcome, everybody. Add a little coffee to your Baileys. Honestly, good idea, too. I will need to get, I'll probably make some coffee later, something, or just get some Rogue. The problem with Rogue energy drink, that's the only problem, is that it's hard to put Baileys into. Not impossible, but it's like the sweetness combined with the Baileys doesn't really work. Probably use something else, though. Okay, so here's what you do here. Now, against the spider, you ignore it. You literally just ignore it and go break all the eggs. The hireling is great because the hireling is like cannon fodder and will kind of soak up some damage. Once it's dead, there's a chest here. I don't care about the chest. I'm ignoring that too, and I'm running away. Usually I would loot the chest, but if you want to stay safe on Hardcore League and you want to solo through this, just run away and you're all set. Now everything is eating my hireling who's running away, and we're all set.
I will recommend the Rogue Sour Candy to balance things out.
Oh, just use straight up Baileys. Oh, that's an idea. Yeah, why not?
The hobgoblins here do not seem hostile.
I'm probably high enough level to finish off enough in House P or enough of the quests here. So why not? Let's do it. Let's get the House P boss right now. It's a little earlier than expecting, but I think Fighter is pretty strong. I'm not worried about dying. The only scary monster in here is the Hobgoblin Avengers, which will be in this quest here. So we'll see how that goes. And I guess the brown spider princes are also mildly scary, but armor class takes care of that. Yes, I decided to transfer Arg this morning instead of buying Eldred, but like a dumbass, I didn't realize I had to empty your TR cache, so there goes a lot of expansion gear Feywild ESOS. Oh, sorry about that.
Time to ride the rails.
I thought there's I don't know if it tells you. I was under the impression that it would give you like a warning or a pop-up. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that doesn't directly transfer with you. So you got to be careful about that. Also, thanks for the bits, Darth Dubious. Really appreciate that. Thank you. It's very kind of you. The rails of what? The hype train? That's what vodka's for. I mean, vodka does go with a lot of things. Vodka. Actually, I don't think I have any vodka in my house right now. I have whiskey. I have Fireball. Fireball. You know, Pitbull. Classic. Haste, please. This guy having haste is very handy. Again, even though I grabbed aggro on the big champ, I really, really want to get rid of these because the fear will kill me. Very important. Also, another important thing is even if I can't intimidate everything in the room, the reason why I'm still using Intimidate is because if I hit once with Intimidate, it gives me 400% increased melee threat. So then I can, if I tag a target, it's basically just going to stick on me for the entire fight. So I don't have to worry about anything eating my hireling, which is kind of important right now because my hireling heals me and distracts targets. Or distracts things and does some AoE damage, all of which is good. It's like big red gum. I don't know what big red gum is, but like a cinnamon heart, yeah. It's like a cinnamon heart. Got like a fiery, cinnamony sort of flavor. Then I also think I definitely have tequila. I have some scotch. Yeah. I don't know what else I have. Ever since I became a grown-up, I decided it was a nice idea to just have liquor in my liquor cabinet. Because I'm not a big drinker. I don't drink all of the time. But it's just nice sometimes to have like a little bit of variety. Because when I was in my 20s, I would only have like one thing or usually nothing and have to go to the store on the weekend. But now I just keep it in the cupboard. It's just there. If I want it, I have it. And I like that. Right. Goodbye, Yarkich's Avengers. I probably could spend my action points. That's generally a good idea to spend your action points when you earn them, but
This must be the way to the inner stronghold.
Alright, again, this is where you really want to have fire resistance because the monsters in here have fire damage. Once you get into this section of the quest, you start dealing with Hobgoblin Witch Doctors, and Witch Doctors have fire resistance. Or have fire spells. That you need fire resistance for. Also, you get attacked from both the left and the right, and there are witch doctors attacking you from across the pond here, which is the reason why I'm kind of pulling the monsters to the side so I don't get hit by the witch doctors. Additionally, you want to be careful. If you see fire coming out of their hands, see that damage? That was a 14-13. I would have taken 34-33 instead and taken almost 70 damage if it hadn't resist fire. So, again, important to have all your resistances. Important to have every resistance possible. And we talked to Lord Tragoo, and we're out. Oh, some people are going to ask the question how I skipped through dialogue so quickly. It's in the options menu. So it's under key mapping. All the way near the bottom, there is choice. So these are the choices in NPC dialogues near the bottom. Just keybind choice number 1 to something on your keyboard, and then once you open a dialogue with an NPC, you just start mashing that button. So for me, it's Shift F1, and then I just mash Shift F1 when I open up a dialogue, and then all of a sudden, it's taken care of. Now, for me, Shift F1 is very easy, because I actually keybind Shift to my mouse. I have a mouse with a bunch of buttons on the side of it, and one of those buttons is Shift. So that way I can press that to then have alternate keys on the keyboard, and also Shift on the keyboard, so I have both of them. So I can have multiple options for, accessing that. Also, dude, Hydra, thank you so much for gifting out a whole bunch of subs to the stream team. That's very kind of you. I really appreciate that. I hope you're having a good day and enjoying stuff. Welcome to the stream team, Oreo Bandit, Captain Kronk, Lurt Cheris, Droden, and Ragrude. Thank you. That's very, very kind of you. Unbelievable. I'm out here just talking about the Vigimo game, having a blast, trying to be mildly entertaining, and you're out here supporting the channel. Very kind. And thanks for the bits, Darius. Appreciate it.
across the pond? Are they French peacock?
No, I think across the a pond is a British expression. I don't think it's a French expression. Although I'm not 100% sure. I'm not too good on my understanding Europeans skill. And then also Cryptolicious subbed. Dude, thank you. Welcome to the stream team. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and some minor amounts of knowledge you might learn here and there, while you also hear about my bad takes and bad choices. Bad choices. Important note, if you've never watched like an actual live stream before and you've mostly just watched like the YouTube videos and the things that I put out, the live stream is a little bit more improvisational and loose than the regular live stream because things happen. I'm a three-dimensional person. And I say things and I breathe. And stuff happens. So you never know what's going to go on. I'm ignoring those because I don't want to fight the spiders, which means I'm kind of fighting stuff without my hireling, which is probably fine because they're having a good time. This isn't all scripted. Could you imagine? No Oni yet? That's not a bad choice. When you get the Oni, you're going to feel amazing. And then you can play Oni. And then the best part about you playing Oni, Cruiser, is that you're going to get one. Then you're going to play it. Then in no more than 10 days, you're going to get bored of it. And then you're going to give me your Oni. It just works, you know? Alright. This one, you need both fire and lightning resistance. Not at the beginning, though. You need lightning resistance towards the end. The reason is because the final boss, the Witch Doctor Zulkash, casts Ball Lightning, which is very dangerous. And so you want fire and lightning resistance, but you only need lightning resistance when you get there. What's Oni? Oni is shorthand for Onigoroshi, which is a weapon in Path of Exile that is very good
I felt
and
like
very
I needed
hard
to pay
to
for all
boring
the
to farm.
knowledge you are dropping on everyone. I did not know about dragging the bags to the bank and it will empty.
Yep.
Mind blown. Pepper pepper.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, Hydru, so then I am at the store with my roommate. We're buying Christmas stuff because I needed to buy lights for the tree, right? So I buy some lights for the tree, right? And then we're looking at the Christmas ornaments, and she goes, "Oh look, it's Peppa Pig." And I'm like, "What is that?" And she's like, "You know, Peppa Pig. It's like the thing with the kids." I'm like, "I don't know kids. I ain't got no kids. Do you know me? I don't know kids." Very confusing. Little bludgeoning? No, that is probably a builder bug. It's improved critical slashing. I can edit that in the paste bin. I think I can edit that in the paste bin. You can edit paste bins, right? You know what? I actually don't know the answer to that question. Also, Whirlwind Attack is amazing. Can I just say Whirlwind Attack is amazing? Also, the pattern here is 1, 4, 4, 3 if you're going right to left, or if left to right, 3, 4, 4, 1. But I always start going right to left because I'm left-handed, and that makes perfect sense. You don't need to remember that information if just Google it. That's the easiest way to do that. Got a nurse card drop in Act 4? No way, dude. Yo, congrats.
This doorway radiates magic.
First trick to infighter builds, which is good, but has no synergy.
I
I don't know. I think that Whirlwind Attack is actually really good on Tempest Ranger before you get Dance of Death. Because you can just, like, do an Epic TR or something to swap it out. 2, 3, 4. I think it's pretty good. Nervous now can kill him in the first phase. It is obvious. It's really obvious. And you won't kill him in the first phase. 1, 2, 3. Like, he will have this, like, giant glowing sword, and he does these jump attacks and everything else. Like, it's super obvious when you find Uber Hillick. Okay, so for this, I'm going to heal up to full. I'm going to grab electric resistance, and I'm going to rush the boss. That is the goal. Actually, before I rush the boss, I'm going to first do this. And second, I'm not actually going to rush the boss. I'm going to pull him out. Like with most things in this game, if you're worried about dying, just pull him out. The reason why I'm pulling the boss out of the room is because up top are these, like, spellcasters that are, like, mildly dangerous. And by pulling him out, I don't have to deal with the spellcasters that are mildly dangerous. Because he's instead just going to do this weird hopping animation to get at me. And didn't even cast a single offensive spell. What a bonehead.
Atop the dais stands the Splinter Skull.
And then we come up here, destroy the Splinter Skull thingamajiggy,
Splinter Skull totem
loot the chest.
to rubble.
I leveled up. My hireling died.
Dwindle away.
Oh, how embarrassing. I'm just going to leave. I have no need of you, Blast. You served me well. But sadly, you are going to be no longer serving me. And game, set, and match. Cool. I don't want to do the last quest right now, but we'll come back to it later. Just because I guess I could do the last quest. Not that much more dangerous. So yeah, we'll do the last quest. I don't need to level up. I have like one more quest I want to do, but we'll do the last quest. But before I do that, I'm going to go get House P buffs. One of the benefits of being in House Feywild is the House P buffs. Or finishing all these quests. That's why we're doing this. Which means I'm also going to be using the Cleric hireling for the final quest here. Advise the build you're doing this season. It's become in the builder 10 bard, 8 fighter, 2 barb. Cool. Got a party member of yours killed. You did? Or somebody died in your last quest? I hope it wasn't you that killed somebody, because that's also not good. I am playing on hardcore, so I'm going to grab the extra health here. I'm also going to grab Strike with no thought for +1 critical multiplier, because it's really good to have in heroics. And I'm going to go with the extra action boost. I should be taking the weapon specialization, but I don't have weapon focus because I'm a moron. So I'll be getting that later. So the benefit here is that I just have like 1 extra action boost, so I can just action boost haste on every single pack. So the House P buffs are great because they give me all of the resistances, as well as I don't have a Constitution item, so that's Bear's Endurance. I don't have a Strength item, so Bull Strength. I don't have a Dex item, and as you can see where it goes. On top of that, having Dodge, Mage Armor. The Mage Armor is not important, but the Dodge and even just a little bit of False Life. It's +2 to all my saves, +2 to everything. House P buffs are awesome when you're soloing, and especially on characters that don't have elemental resistances. That 25 reduced damage taken from elements, just think about the following. Nyax, or not Nyax, full rate, Melf's Acid Arrow. You know how sometimes you get hit by Melf's Acid Arrow, and it just like ticks you, and then it burns, and just like, tss, and you can't open a door? Well, guess what? With this, you can open a door. Very nice. Do recommend. Also, I'm going to cast Bless, because Bless is now a +2 to hit and damage, so it's very useful for my character, who definitely needs that, because my hit chance kind of sucks. Anyway. Kill these spiders. 2 hit. Yeah, not damage. Sorry, I get distracted sometimes when I'm just saying things. But you're right, it is not damage, just hit. Hit chance, very good for damage, because you need to be able to hit the monsters, but... Also, now I don't have haste anymore, unfortunately. I don't really need it. Nothing in here is super dangerous, except for the ogres. The only thing that are dangerous is the ogres. And I actually do need the saves versus fear. If you didn't know, saves versus fear actually goes into a separate file. So now I'm at +9 versus fear. So I might actually fail a cause fear save. Maybe. I'm probably still going to fail, but I might not. There's only one room where that matters, which is this next room. This is the only room where cause fear can kill me. And it's against War Master Moorge. So hopefully it'll be fine. So we'll see. They come in here. I'm ignoring the War Master, who is not a champ. And I'm going right after the clerics. Then I'm going to continue ignoring this guy. More clerics. Go for the trip. Got one of the 2. Then we go after the War Master. And then it's all set. If the War Master had spawned as a champ, again, I was kind of ignoring him. The way that I moved around the room was in such a way that there'd be hobgoblins between me and the ogre. So I would never be in worry of being in actual physical contact with the ogre. Hungarian Paprikash. Ooh, sounds like it could be good. I don't know what Paprikash is, but I'm assuming that there's paprika in Paprikash, because Papri is right there. Smash these guys up. Oh, it feels so good. The damages, man. And then after this, you can just ignore all these monsters. Who cares? I'm just going to run through. They can't hurt me. I'm invincible. There's paprika and everything referred to as Hungarian. I don't know. Don't know much about Hungary. Again, I don't need to drink my potions here because I already have all of the House P buffs. So I'm going to start fighting the monsters. I gotta say, having House P buffs this early is very, very good. And it makes my leveling experience feel fantastic. I just run in and smash everything. When the monster health starts to increase, I think that's where it becomes a little bit more difficult, for sure. But right now, it's not too bad. Also, with Cleric Hirelings, I pretty much always like to have Cleric Hirelings on active as opposed to on defense, because it means they'll start engaging the monsters right away. I'm also going to need to buy more Potions of Lesser Restoration, because I'm going to be using a lot of them here, since the Hobgoblin Witch Doctors are very annoying, and they cause you to have, or they cast Rave Enfeeblement on you. But thanks for the heals, buddy. So I'll be spending fewer amounts of money on potions, and instead I'll be mostly buying the House P buffs. House P buffs are 440 platinum per purchase, so it's 440 platinum an hour. It's really not that big of a deal advantage because you're going to be running quests and getting platinum pretty easily. In fact, every single quest should give you more than 440 platinum. So there's that.
This door is
Okay,
locked.
so how do you get past these ogres? These rooms are dangerous. There's going to be monsters attacking you up the top right. I'm going to park the hireling outside here with a little flag. I go in here, say, hey, what's up, everybody? I'm going to run away. Why? Because I don't have to deal with getting sniped down by all the spellcasters. Tell my guy to go back on active, and then we start having a blast. Knocking everybody down. The ogre, I have no idea why he's doing this. He does not usually stop in the doorway, but it's very convenient, because now I can just beat him up. And this is why fortification is so good. He can hit me as much as he wants. It doesn't matter. Hey, can I get a heal? Thanks. Hey, Shrim, I was wondering how con to hit and damage was a bad thing for the game. I was like, couldn't they just do like 50% con to hit and damage or something like that? Okay, so let me think about it. Let me try to put it in the best way that I can.
You have found Warmaster Krug, but he is no hobgoblin.
I don't think that in all cases con to hit and damage would be a bad thing. I just think that depending on the specific circumstances, if it's specifically in a class tree, then what that means, or racial tree, oh god, full health. Oh, thank god. Ah, Morge. He's a champ that gets double damage when he gets under half. Very cool. Anyway, if it's specifically in a, I'll answer this question in a second. In a moment. Okay, so how do you get past this trap? I don't have a trapper. I know there's a trap here. Blade trap on the left, blade trap on the right, and spinning blade traps in the middle. The answer is hug the right wall. It doesn't go off on your first run through. That's how you get past this trap, right? Saves you there. Second, how do I get past this trap? Hug the right wall. Hug the right wall into the shrine door. They all appear. And again, wait till they're up and then walk past. Up. And you're good. And that's how you get through that trap. If you're the second person trying to come through, do the same thing, but you only get hit once along the right wall. So it's only one hit. The blade will swing out once and hit you once. So just have a shield on, and you should be okay. So that's how you deal with that. And then this is just a room with monsters. Just fight the monsters. So no problem there. And that is how you do this quest without dealing with any of the traps. Tangleroot Gorge! I think that having it in the Dwarven tree means it's available to everybody. So if you have racial points, it means that you can have Constitution be your only statistic and have Constitution being the main stat. So all endgame DPS builds will just be 4,000 hit point builds using con to hit and damage and health. But if it's in a class tree, if it is exclusive, somewhere that's in a tier 5 or a capstone or something like that. Imagine it's in tier 5, so only one character can get it. And it heavily influences your building. I was really hoping for Death Ward goggles, but I didn't get them. I'm going to keep going for items that have Death Ward, but I was kind of hoping for Death Ward goggles here. I'm going to be honest. Didn't get them. You do want Death Ward, and it'd be nice to have, but I don't have one. So that's more of my issue, is that it depends on the actual placement of where it is. That is really important to how powerful the effect is. All right, I think the last level 4 I'm going to do is going to be Irestone Inlet, because I think Irestone Inlet's a pretty good quest. Good XP, so we'll go with that. That's the first person who ran through the traps to lure to the door. You can also do that as well, yeah. You can just have them run up, grab everything, and run backwards. Also a perfectly valid strategy. As I run through the marketplace towards Irestone Inlet, I'm going to be picking up more potions of lesser restoration because I will be getting hit multiple times here. So at some point in the future, I will need to be respecking this tree, but I'm going to be going up for liquid courage sooner rather than later because this gives me extra healing amplification and repair amplification when I drink a potion, which is good. I also really need a glass of water. I actually think I'm going to go get a glass of water before we do the thing. I'll buy like 20 of these because I got the money. There we go. I got 22. Now, where you have to be mindful about your House P buffs is areas that have spell or dispel magic. So you got to keep that in mind. Yeah, for Constitution, if only spec'd into it. Tanks are at like 110, 120 Constitution. Pretty handily. Even higher than that. Barbarians can get upwards of 130 to 140 Constitution. All right. Oh, level 12 died. RIP Hashira. Let us continue on our journey into the Irestone Inlet. I guess I will bring Blast. Sure, why not? It'll be fun. Give him some extra damage. Do some stuff. I don't know why. He is unable to cast haste sometimes. I think if you move when you're trying to get him to cast it, he just gets really confused and doesn't know what to do. Your damage skyrocketed? Heck yeah, dude. Hello, Mr. Dorak. How are you doing today? So this quest, you got to be a little mindful because there are invisible hobgoblins everywhere. The trick is have fire resistance, run in, and just swing your weapons around and try to go for the casters. Go for the witch doctors, go for the clerics, and then kill everything else afterwards because everything else is less dangerous. That's how you handle every single one of these packs. Kill the casters first, everything else second. Also, the reason why we're doing this quest is because there's so many treasure chests. The amount of loot you get is absolutely massive, and so it's a really good idea to get all the loot out of here. Oh, hello, Hobble. He's a special spellcaster because he does even more damage. I really love that Blast can't figure out how to get over hills, and he just attacks from any distance. I'm doing pretty good. I've been pretty good. So, I just about hit red maps. So I have several red maps. I'm almost done tier 10s. So I'm at about, I think 60 on my Atlas completion or 70 on my Atlas completion. I'm doing pretty good. I'm feeling good about my character. I'm feeling powerful. I can do basically anything I want. And I was like, I realized I was missing something. It took me a while, but I realized I haven't done Uber Lab yet because I haven't seen a single Trial of Ascendancy yet. I'm going to have to buy one of the Ascendancy things from somebody so I can actually do the Trials of Ascendancy because I haven't found an Ascendancy yet. Which is hilarious. Irestone is ass. Died in there twice in a row on Hardcore League. This quest? Very easy. All you have to do is have potions of Lesser Restoration and Fire Resistance. With those two things, you should be very comfortably running through this quest. Again, important note, all you need is preparation. That's most of what makes Dungeons & Dragons Online difficult, is lack of preparation. If you're prepared, you're generally going to live before most encounters. It's one of the things that makes the first day run through so scary, is because on the first day, there's not a lot of preparation to do when we're running through on Hardcore. But when you take the time, it's pretty good. Oh, it is tier 10 plus. Oh, I thought they moved it into yellow maps. Oh, so it is just tier 10 plus. Okay, that's fine then. You play ladder or stands? I play ladder. I don't play standard. Standard is very boring. Standard is just the game that I've already played before. Whereas the new seasons are new things that I haven't played yet. Question: how often are tank builds reaching the capstone in their tank tree versus the second to last core? Fighter has a good tank capstone. The other two tank trees, Sacred Defender and the Bear one, don't have good capstones. Well, the Bear one's actually good for DPS. It's a great DPS capstone. It's not a good tank capstone. Yeah, but mine makes it so my mana gives me increased damage. So my percentage increase to mana gives 30% of that adds to my damage. And that's really nice because I'm currently at 133% mana. So with that node and everything else, I'm at 171% increased mana, and 30% of that adds to my damage. So that's kind of good, you know. Oh, whirlwind attack? Yeah, I love whirlwind attack. It's really, really powerful for this character. And I have, again, minus to strength, so just keep drinking those potions. Again, this is why I grabbed every single one of these, the lesser restoration, because you get hit constantly by Raven Feebling, and you need to get rid of it. You need a way to deal with that. What would you recommend for a tank, or a melee tank over damage build to also do trapping? Just play an Artificer and put more points into Renegade Mastermaker than Battle Engineer.
You hear a dire wolf snarling somewhere nearby.
Oh, and it's Mutiny, which means an extra treasure chest. Oh, yeah. Gotta love extra treasure. I really shouldn't be using Blast. I just keep using him because he's here. It's fun. Bring this guy around. Yeah, so a lot of tanks don't end up taking the capstone. It's one of the reasons why you don't see a lot of pure paladin tanks. There are some out there. There's the paladin capstone is not nearly as good as some of the other ones, so people do multi-classing quite a bit on their tanks. I must have missed a powder keg somewhere. There must have been one that I just didn't pick up, so I have to go get some more powder kegs.
You have saved 8 crewmates. All
right. Is there another one here? No, there isn't. I gotta go get another one. There's probably one over here by Scartongue who I have to kill as well. I think I have convinced Direct to buy me divination cards to get an Oni. That way, instead of farming, the divination cards are more expensive than straight up buying an Oni. Because it's expensive time-wise. The amount of time you're going to have to waste to buy divination cards from individual people, because they're exceedingly rare, is going to be more expensive time-wise than just straight up buying the Oni yourself, which is one divine. Okay, sounds good. Enjoy how fun it is to message people to buy a 1 chaos item. I bet everyone's going to respond to you. In fact, I bet you're going to get... Your response rate is going to be way higher than 1 in 30. The problem with buying low currency items on Path of Exile Trade website's a great website, but most people for one chaos items aren't going to leave their map to trade it to you. So you'll message about 30 people before you get one person responding, even though they're all posting them. Buddy beholders make eye contact with you and cast a spell, so annoying. That's how they're programmed in 3.5, and also in 5. They have an anti-magic cone. Is what makes them such a fearsome and formidable foe. They're hard to get up close to, because they'll turn you to dust, and even if you think you can kill them with magic, you can't, because they look at you and take your magic away. Alright, I'm just gonna dump all these on here. I'm gonna ignore this guy. He's gonna explode anyway.
Transformed into a floating bomb.
Here we go. And now we're good.
Probably Arya realizing he's stuck ashore.
No, just buy an anti-beholder crystal and you'll be fine. Out of the DDO store, the anti-beholder crystal saves the day. I knew Yarrier was around here. I just didn't see him. There it is. Hobgoblin Witch Doctor. And he's dead. Gonna loot this last treasure chest, and I basically just filled up my entire backpack with treasure, which is pretty cool along the way. Love that. I don't really get anything good though. Reconstruction item I can't use. The belt of swim. Spot and delusion. Nothing amazing on this loot list. New armor piece of spell resistance. Spell resistance is good when you get enough of it, but it's useless when you don't have enough of it. So, for example, while I was leveling my tank on hardcore earlier, I found an item that gets spell resistance, insightful spell resistance. It was spell resistance 34, insightful 17, which gave me 51 spell resistance, and which basically made me completely immune to all spells. That was very good. That was a great find, but because I found them both together.
rescuers.
Yeah, the Anti-Beholder Crystal is an item you get out of the DDO store. It is literally pay to win. So if that upsets you, don't buy it. But on Hardcore League, you earn a lot of DDO points. So the 50 DDO points, in my opinion, is worth it, given that my character has already earned 100. So I don't mind spending the 50 DDO points to ensure my life. Wow, a direct upgrade, especially when I'm about to level up. Is Blast a good hireling? Blast is okay. I bought it because it's a Warforged, and I'm a Warforged, so I thought, you know, there's some synergy there. And he's doing okay. Beautiful. So now I have that new belt that I just got, level 7 belt. So it's just straight up my belt, but better. And I have this ring of charisma and feather falling, which is nice. Which is very convenient. Every other item in my backpack, I don't think I need. Accuracy 5 versus Deadly 2. I think I'm going to take the Accuracy 5. I really don't like getting Glancing Blows, even though I would like the Deadly 2. And I'll see if I can find like a Deadly item out there somewhere. I have this Healing Amp item here. But, you know, maybe I'll get a Deadly item somewhere else. Alright, do some quick selling. Not a bad idea. I'm going to be probably just picking up more action boosts here in the interim. Get some stuff out of here, so I don't need this. I'm going to keep these weapons, the great axes and stuff. It's still useful. Again, selling to brokers, so I get a higher percentage of gold when I sell everything out of my inventory, which is nice. There's also like jewelry people here that can take the jewelry, so I can sell all these things I don't want, like this necklace and this and this. They might have something on here. Blazing Ring of False Life. Charisma 2, no thanks. Clothing Broker. Double Strike 2. I like my ramp item, so I'm going to keep my ramp stuff. Ramp is short for repair ramp, as I said before. There's a feather falling item I don't need. Nothing good here. And I'm trying to make sure I got all this stuff. Acid absorption, mighty gloves, and a wisdom helmet. I don't need that. Also, apparently there's somebody here named Dump Truck who's following me around. I mean, I am a robot, so that makes sense. Gotta work together, man. Alright. So, now apparently I have items I didn't sell, because I didn't go to the right broker, I guess? Oh, because they're not high enough level on the brokerage. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go to a higher level broker. I'm going to be using the brokers pretty much the entire way through just because of how much extra gold you get, and it does start to add up over time, even if it might take you a little bit of time to actually go get them. Okay, Kazurth Karab does not repair, neither does Corpse Springer. Flare might. So I will try Flare when I get to level 8. But until then, I'm going to be going back to Cleric Hirelings. Oh, so let's just grab Learthor, and hopefully Learthor will do a good job and not die. Another great option, if you're looking for something to help you out, is Nimeth Celebel. Nimeth, as it says here, as I said, you can read the descriptions of the hireling contracts, and it tells you about what they do. Nimeth. Arrogant even towards her allies at times, Nimeth is nevertheless a potent spellcasting threat. What this means is Nimeth will not cast a cure spell, even if you want her to. She is too busy killing people. Which is good, because her damage is insane. So, if you want somebody to do the quest for you, Nimeth is a great option. If you want a hireling who's going to cast mostly defensive spells, Nimeth is a terrible option, because Nimeth will continually empty their mana bar into their opponent's faces. So just keep that in mind. I'm going to refill some potions real quick, get some more House P buffs, and then I should be on my way to the next adventure. You'll notice that platinum bar is creeping up. Now I got 7,000, so we're getting there. But as I said, it's important to make sure you're selling things appropriately to get some more money, especially at the beginning of Hardcore League or any time when you have no cash. That's why I'm selling everything here. All right, we're good. I still have all these weapons and armor in my inventory, so I don't know why they won't take them, but whatever. It is what it is. Look, blade, armor piercing, docent of death block. I really, really think I should probably keep the Docent of Death block. That seems good. I don't need Cat's Grace Potion anymore. I'm going to still hold on to it, just in case. All right, so I'm level 7, which means we can start doing level 5 quests. So which quests is that going to be? Well, probably just going to run 3-Barrel Cove. 3-Barrel Cove is easy, straightforward. Tons and tons of experience points. Yeah, sounds good to me. Nimeth Celebel? No, the one that spams Comet Falls is the level 15 one. I can't remember her name. When you pull a Luck Blade, I pulled it from a previous quest, and now I just sold it. Look at that, 220 hit points. Oh, yeah. That's a fighter.
Important note, they have more than 3 barrels match.
They do. They have a lot more than 3 barrels in 3-Barrel Cove. Confusing title, honestly. We have a dank hug emote? Oh my gosh. There's nothing wrong with the dank hug emote. I just didn't know we had it. Now I want potions of repair serious. Is that the top? Yeah, it is. Oil of serious repair. Here we go. I'll buy like 50 of these. Perfect. I have oil of serious repair, which is going to help me out. However, we're going to go one step further than that. Now we can buy a new potion, which I can do because I have a guild. I have recommended getting a guild before, but now I can buy potions of heroism, which will give me +2 to all of my stats. Heroism is great. +2 to hit, +2 to saving throws and skill checks. And those skill checks can be very valuable. Soon, I'm going to need to be using wands to cast a shield spell on myself. And with a charisma or a use magic device of 7, that can be a very painful experience. But with potions of heroism, buy like 20 of these. Actually, I can buy even way more than that. I can buy like 40. I can use these the entire way through, and that is very, very good for my character. The defensive buff and offensive buff from this is amazing. 222 at 7? That's fighter, dude. Important note, I don't have the, I didn't take the fighter tank stuff. I could have way more if I wanted to. Way more hit points. You skip Saltmarsh. I just got the pack, but I was curious if it was worth attempting in hardcore. Saltmarsh is really, really dangerous. So I usually don't do Saltmarsh in heroics. I do it in epics. Awesome in epics. In heroics on hardcore, it's very dangerous. On the regular servers, who cares if you die? But on hardcore, you cares if you die.
You're awoken suddenly by a large
Oh, whoops. No, I don't want to summon you. I want Nimeth. No, Lair Thor. Yeah. Last hardcore league, I died to a bullywug shaman that hit me for 170 damage on elite difficulty with a produce flame. So in the quest, Down You Go, I took a 170 damage from a bullywug and died instantly. Even if I had fire resistance, it would have put me to exactly -10. There was nothing I could have done to survive it. Thank you. That is the exact clip. That's the one. How did you get that so fast? That is amazing.
You've reached the above deck. Another ship is docked next to yours with its gangplanks down.
Yeah, here, Levitus Ice Guard. I'm just impressed, that's all. So in this quest, just make sure that you put your Cleric Hireling on attack, so she will heal the pirates. And then the pirates or the monsters that come out of here alternate, so they come out of the doors. So it's left door, then right door, then left door, then right door. Putting the bully and bullywug? Yes. And now there's all those monsters are dead, I'm going to come over here and break all the breakables for the bonus XP. You don't have to do guard duty. I just do it because, I don't know. It's good like mental prep for running some of the quests in 3-Barrel Cove. It's got pirates, it's got boat, you know, sometimes. Pretty much everything you need. Pirates and a boat. Did I fail my intimidate check? Oh, I rolled a 2. I like that I failed to intimidate the kobold. I tried to intimidate him, but I failed. I'm not very scary, apparently. The big cuddly teddy bear. My Warforged. Splinter Bolt also hurts, but that was Produce Flame that got me. The reason why you might be like, oh, well, what do you mean you could, there's nothing you could do? There's no saving throw on Produce Flame either. It's just you take the damage. It was a little much. The only thing I could have done is if I had taken the time to put on a sheltering item, even sheltering 6, or like 4 or something like that, would have saved me, because I would have saved me 1 point of damage. I went to exactly -10, which was death. So, you know, spooky stuff. Spooky stuff. Man, this gives me a time to edit my playlist. Okay. Here. Get them all dead. Okay, we're good. By the way, when are you gonna do wand only run? No, Asuka already did it, so I don't need to do it. June places hands whisper. Yeah, it's not a good thing. Feels like I should avoid that area when I plan, like I plan to with Feywild. If you're on Hardcore League, I would avoid it. A lot of people do it. If you are going to do it on Hardcore League, my pro tip, the pro gamer move to doing it on Hardcore, is let somebody else go into the room first. Yeah, just let somebody else go into the room first. Problem solved. Then you don't die. Yeah, I like doing Feywild and Heroics, and I'll probably do a couple Feywild quests on this character, just because if I manage to pull a Feywild Bastard Sword, that would be amazing, and there's a couple quests that can give me some really good items. Pretty much any of the armors could be good, so I'll probably do, like, Make Believe for one of the armor pieces, a couple other ones, probably the Windmill quest, maybe try to get an armor piece. So there's a couple quests that have some good things, or like the helmet from Make Believe. So yeah, so we'll see. Knows better, but runs in the low rooms ahead of you anyway. You imply no better.
Out of a side hatch,
Summer Cloak that's from Wake Me Up Inside, I think. I don't know if I want to do Wake Me Up Inside. Although there is a docent in Wake Me Up Inside, so I yield if I pulled an item out of that. That could also be a good one. Yep. Wait, what are you guys trading for? Wait, are you just buying Cruiser oh no, Hot Sauce was slain by a Kelpie! Oh no, that's in Legend of the Lost Locket right there. Spooky quest to die in. Accuracy 4, that's worse than my item. Oni div cards. Oh, Oni div cards. Okay, because like the actual Oni is a lot. It's a ton, man. Oni div cards. I got you. Do we trade? Yeah. Flat Oni. That's an expensive Oni Garushi. So then what you do, Cruiser, is you still, when you're bored, passively farm on those farming characters and keep ripping Onis as time goes on.
The crow's nest is strategically
even if it's just once a day.
Ships coming in and out.
All right, so in here, what do you need? Elemental resistances. This is why you can use elemental resistances. You'll see all my elemental resistances from House P buffs. This is why they're so good. They're just useful in pretty much every quest you're going to run into. Several of these quests are going to have dangerous elements to them, and I will show you how to get around all of them, including all of the quests in this Cove about the ancient 3-barrel legend.
The cacophony of wailing and moaning becomes clearer.
Just wait for the bats to come down, hit them with the whirlwind attack, and then down we go. Oh, if you want to swim faster, take off your shield. It gives you a slightly faster swim speed. My swim kind of sucks, but whatever. Yeah, it's never mind, -1. I have to decide if I'm going to do Crucible on this character. I haven't hit that point yet. I mean, you probably shouldn't solo Crucible, and I would not recommend soloing the Crucible on a solo-specific thing, and especially not on Hardcore. But I can really easily do Crucible, so I might just do that. Also, it has occurred to me I didn't summon my Hireling, which was not very smart.
Followed by the sound of a door opening.
You want to do a video on this build? I already did. It's already on YouTube. YouTube.com/Strimtom. 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 It's already there. Amazing. I'm like a time traveler. I'm like a person who does things in the future, but in the past. Oh, did you flex on the chat in the video? Nice. Yep. I'm gonna be doing this like as pieces. The reason why I haven't cut it down is because I want people to see the whole process. So if you have questions about how I get through a specific quest, it's a guided playthrough. The point is you're supposed to watch it and go, oh, that's how you do this. Oh, wait, I didn't know you could do that. Oh, you can do this? So even in the event that there's something I don't say or call out specifically that I'm doing, it gives you the opportunity to kind of learn it in that moment. Because you'll see it happen. And it's like the whole thing. So there's no... I'm going to be cutting... I cut out a few things. So, you know, every time when I walked away from keyboard, things like that. So here's a great example of what I'm talking about. There's a trap on this valve. But if you go behind it and pull it back here, you'll notice, boom, spikes fall in front of you and you take no damage. There's also a little collectible up here if you want to get more collectibles. This is also one of the few quests I recommend doing the breakables in, because there's not a lot of them, and the XP is good.
Gotta love that cacophony of wailing and moaning. 3-barrel welcoming as always.
Correct. The cacophony is how they call that. I like how it's, there's cacophony, which is wrong, and cacophony, which is right. So level of favor? Yes, you need 75 favor with House Feywild. I'm at 111, but you need 75. It's just part of your solo walkthrough? Yep. The whole build is written there. I'm not going to make a summary finalization video of this character because it's really self-explanatory. I play fighter, I put on items that give me strength and defense, and then I hit the monsters and do damage points. So that's kind of how this character goes. This would be a good scenario to actually have a bludgeoning weapon, but, you know, life's pain. So here we are. Yeah, in fact, there you go. Now you're part of the video. We've come full circle. Freaking 8D over here. 8D chess. So this is why you have a hireling, by the way. My cleric hireling is going to kill undead like it's nobody's business. And I'm going to uselessly flail my sword at them and be upset that I don't do a lot of damage. Actually, my sword is breaking, which is funny. So I'm probably just going to pull out the two-hander because it does holy damage and more damage per hit. I did take two-handed fighting, so there's no real downside to doing this. I don't really want my sword to break. That's the downside of having a level 2 item, is that its hardness is very low, so it breaks really easily. With Whirlwind instead of Cleaves? Yes, it gives me dodge and mobility. Whirlwind attack hits twice and is a 360. Great Cleave says it's a 360, but it's not. It's just a frontal cleave, and same with regular cleave. Whereas Whirlwind attack can hit monsters that are behind me.
Which is poggers, but it comes at a terrible price. Need to remind my wife we need to lock the doors every night, Monka Jigger.
What do you have to lock the doors every night? Are you worried about that a ghost is going to come and get you in the middle of the night? Because ghosts can phase through walls, dude. Why not Dwarven Axe instead of Bastard Sword? Because I wanted to play Bastard Sword. I think Bastard Swords look cool, and I'm not going to buy a cosmetic. Get him, Lear Thor. Or do something. Somebody has to do something. Again, downside is that what I should have done is brought a bludgeoning two-handed weapon, which would have helped out tremendously here. But whatever. It's fine. But yeah, that's the only reason I went Bastard Sword instead of two-handed axe or Dwarven War Axe is because I wanted to use a Bastard Sword and I didn't want to use the Dwarven War Axe. I have no particular special reason. There's no like a buff thing or like a benefit. I just think that Bastard Swords are cool. I wanted to use one, and here we are. Also, Bastard Swords a little bit earlier in the early game, or better in the early game, because monsters don't have a lot of health, so a crit will usually kill something. And since a crit will usually kill something, having a higher crit chance is better than doing more critical damage on the Dwarven War Axe. As you get higher level, obviously that twists, and as you get to higher level, you get Deadly Strike, an attack which automatically crits no matter what, which is better when you have a higher critical multiplier, which Dwarven War Axe has. So I could have used Dwarven War Axe, I just, again, didn't want to. I don't have to kill the monsters on this boat, but I'm going to do it anyway because I'm already here. I use my action boost, so sure. You looted 13 on this tune? I don't know what I would put in it though. Tier 5 Battle Engineer for HP. In it, Tier 5 Inquiz for Diplomatic Immunity. Isn't the hit points only if you take the melee abilities? Why not just multi-class like 3 levels of fighter or paladin and get the hit points from the defensive stance? And then go tier 5 inquisitive. Paladin or fighter, just 3 levels of them. Because you get the 25% health right here, so it's 13 points. Which build do you think is stronger for soloing this league? The Favorite Soul Inquisitive, Rogi Bardi Warlock? For soloing? Probably Favorite Soul Inquisitive. But Rogi Bardi, depends. Depends on your playstyle and how comfortable you are. I would be more comfortable soloing in Rogi Bardi Warlock just because the area of effect from chains is really powerful. But if you like ranged attacks, and also if you are worried about taking high damage, Favorite Soul has that like heal. Frozen Legion? It can't be fun near south. You can't use it with totems. That's the problem. Like, I would use it, but it doesn't go into totems, so it's kind of garbage. Like, you know, like you'd have to be like a rube to use one, you know. Like, clearly totems are the best way to play the game. So, I mean, you know, everybody's allowed to make their own decisions. Yeah, so you can play your inferior totemless builds, but then I will have over myself my Templar and my Gigakid totem buddies, and I'll show you what's up. You know what I'm saying? Tell you what, dude. You want to know what? I'm on tier 10 maps. Okay, so I'm a pretty big deal. I know what I'm talking about. What's that? You killed Uber Serious? Oh. Well, totems. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I was gonna use some of the new skills. I didn't realize the volcanic one was usable with totems, so I didn't use it.
Levers appear on opposite sides of the room, adorned with bullseyes.
Anyway. Get to this. Match this. Blow everything up. Alright, this is why we always carry a ranged weapon, so you can open up all of these little things, because there's going to be stuff like this all over the game, and areas where you want to pull a single monster, so that's why it's useful. Yeah, you also can't dual wield Onigoroshi. It's a one-hander that uses 2 hands. How do you get past the horde on the boss in Subversion? The monsters spawn at health thresholds. At 75% health, a pack spawns. At 50%, a pack spawns. And at 25%, a pack spawns. Instead of rushing the boss, look around, and then when you get him to 75%, kill the ads. Then when he gets down to 50%, go kill the ads. And when he gets to 25%, go kill the ads.
Was not just an urban myth. Although it is doubtful that
I'm a Flicker Strike addict almost every league. Yeah, I can't do Flicker. I hate the visuals of it. Okay, pro tip. You're going to notice I'm going to recall out of water. So I'm going to recall here, loading screen, I'm going to be underwater. However, there's a cool trick. You can actually mount your horse if you use the keybind on loading screen. So the second I saw the loading screen come up, I hit my keybind Shift T for my horse, and I got to use my horse underwater for a fast eject out of the water. If you didn't know, now you know. Is it okay to do Von 5 and 6 at level, or am I trying to suicide yourself? On Hardcore League, you can do whatever you want, you know? This is America. But you need to have a full group, and you need to have somebody who has a rogue who has over 40, or several people who have over 40 reflex saves that can do the trapping sections up north. If you don't have multiple people with over 40 reflex saves, it's probably a bad idea. There's that. Enjoyed Hurricane, kind of out of spite. Kind of enjoying it, thinking about rolling First Life for all over again on your main server. Well, important note about Hardcore League is you're having a lot of fun until you die.
Cool's tricks. Were you spinning?
Was I spinning? I don't know. I don't know what you mean by that or what that's a reference to, but no, I wasn't. Okay, prove your worth. How do you get past the traps and prove your worth? I will show you the method to get past the traps and prove your worth. Usually I would break all the breakables, but I'm too lazy to break them all because there's hundreds, so I'm not going to do that. So the first, walk up to this wall, and it's going to load all of the traps. Now that they're up, I can just run through them. So like so. Wait till all of them are up. That one's pretty straightforward. Second, we're going to get ambushed by dogs. So here's the Iron Defenders. I'm going to go kill them all right now. Also, the music is like super loud in here, because I don't know why. Just this quest alone has super loud music. It is what it is. Ignore, I mean, again, if you have a group, have one person break all these boxes, but other than that, just run through. Now, in the next room, there are several incredibly dangerous exploding barrels. The exploding barrels do about 100 damage. I don't know why, but they just do. They just do 100 damage. So how do you solve this problem? You ignore them. Run and jump, and run and jump, and run and jump. Don't break any of them, just jump over them. It's not worth it. You will die on Hardcore League. Keep that in mind. Okay, so. I usually like to kill the dogs that come through, the Iron Defenders, but it looks like they didn't come through to me. They just de-aggroed, which is good. And now we climb this. So the question is, how do you climb this ladder? You basically want to... It's easier with Featherfall, but you need to mouse look to do it. It doesn't really work that well if you use the keyboard, but you want to get to the top, mouse look the other way, and go. To use mouse look mode, the default keybind is T, or you can just hold down the mouse button and move your mouse, and it moves your camera. You can also look at where you want to go before you get off the ladder, which makes it easier. This part might take you a couple of tries, so you just need some practice. But once you get used to doing this one, you can just go again and again and again. Anyone know a good way to farm tokens of the 12? Yes, so tokens of the 12 can be easily farmed out of the quest Bargain of Blood on Epic Elite, Lords of Dust on Epic Elite. Both of them are very good. Alternatively, once you get to level 20, just run all of the quests that require tokens of the 12 on Epic Elite. And if you want, open up a group to have other people join in and just ask people to pass tokens to you. People will join in for XP and lots of people will pass tokens. Alright. A lot of fireworks. France just qualified for finals? What finals? Is there like some tournament going on in Europe or something? Oh, soccer. Okay, gotcha. Sorry. Yeah. I don't pay attention to soccer. I don't care. All right. So how do you do this puzzle? This way, this way. So it's going that way, and this way. You do this one first. So you pull this lever to make the arrow fire that way, and it's going to follow this right path. Pull with this lever. Reset with this lever. Then set this to follow this path, so the dart will go like so.
disappears. to
Pull
be a
again,
reset.
and we're done. If you don't know what's going on, you can follow it on the ceiling.
The challenge
And then
was
the door
no
is open.
match for your sharp wit. The portcullis rumbles open.
You hear a metallic clanking from behind.
Oh, and it's a minor roast taker. Very fun. Anyway, let me just fight this thing. This guy has a lot of health and it just takes a lot of time. Eventually, I will find another bastard sword. I probably could at this point check the auction house since I don't have any platinum. Never mind. At some point in the future, I might do that. I'm also running out of durability on my weapon. Okay, so how do you get past this section? Look at all these traps. They're super dangerous. Well, I have House P buffs, so I can actually just jump up to that wall. Let's pretend you don't have House P buffs. Here, there's a ledge. Jump to the ledge. Here. Now, as I said, ideally, if you have jump, and even if you don't have feather falling, you can always make this jump and you'll always grab here, right? If you don't, you have to jump over this area and basically try to make that shorter jump. You can, but this flame jet will hit you, so you're going to eat one hit from a trap. So have feather falling or House P buffs or a jump potion, all of which will get you through that section. And is something you should be learning by this point is that preparation is the key. That is the bare minimum. Just bring like a couple items to your adventure that'll be helpful, and your adventures will be dramatically easier. So if you show up to this dungeon, you don't have the jump ability, you don't have any points in the jump skill, then that's what you do. To Penzance, you can get extra XP by killing all the monsters in this room. How do you do that? You answer every question wrong. So what do you do when you plunder a ship? You take a head count of your crew, which is wrong. You're supposed to go run for the loot. Where your mate's gonna end up? The prison. Wrong. You're supposed to go to the tavern. How much does the captain get? The same as everybody else. Wrong. You're supposed to get more. Do we want to fight? No. Wrong. You're always supposed to fight. By doing it in this order, you spawn extra deckhands. And the extra deckhands mean you get the final bonus here. Now, if you're afraid of the trap at the end, you can just free Meeble right here. But I'm gonna make him walk. You can make him walk the plank, and the quest is over. I want the extra experience points, and I'm gonna show you. And also, I want to show you how to get past the last trap. But you can also just free him, make him walk the plank right there, and your quest is over. Also, I think I should probably swap with my two-hander just because my weapon is breaking, because it breaks every time I hit a monster, which is unfortunate. All right, Crimson Key, let's go. Alright, so now, how do we get through this final trap? Again, I have a shield on and resist energy fire. Shield doubles your magical resistance rating and physical resistance rating against traps, which is why you want to wear a shield. And I have resist fire. I'm probably going to get hit at least once. But that is the nature of the beast. So, stand up, wait for it to go, and then go. That's it. You just go up there, wait for it to go. When it turns off, you run across. As easy as that. If you don't want to take that chance on the trap, you absolutely do not have to. You simply just shove the kobold into the abyss, and the quest is over. Alright, so next quest I'm going to be doing is a quest called Ghost of a Chance. And Ghost of a Chance is spooky. Oh! I received a message. I didn't realize I didn't have any of my Twitch streaming stuff up. I'm an idiot, because I had my YouTube stuff up to check out the YouTube comments. So give me a moment, please, because I heard second try. Oh, yes. Okay, so this was weird because I didn't have any messages on my thing. So I'm going to investigate this later. Because you sent this to me before, which I very much appreciate. I went to check it out, and I didn't have anything to accept on my end. So I'm going to double check on that, and I'm going to follow up with you later. I do appreciate your perseverance in assisting me. That is very, very kind of you to do. And by assisting me, I mean literally giving me money. But yeah, there was nothing to accept on my end, but I'll double check in a bit. I'm just not going to do that while I'm currently recording, because that would be uncomfortable. I wonder if that red named Iron Defender would have been named Old Ironsides if Turbine were not located near Boston, where the Constitution, aka Old Ironsides, is docked. I have no clue. Important note, if you want more XP to do all the optionals, you swim under here, and you fight the spiders in this tunnel. An underwater tunnel. Yeah, knowing stuff about the American Constitution is not a thing I do very well. So.
A strong
Also, I'm
breeze
sorry to hear about
passes
the
from a
Horus hear about that you died this morning, Arcarian. I saw the old death to lava. I assume you must have disconnected or something and got stuck in the lava. But I saw that, and you know, that sucks when that stuff happens. Okay, so there are multiple ways to clear this quest. Okay, there's the slightly more dangerous way, which I'm not going to do, which is to get the key to free Farrier Warleak. You can get a key, and the key allows you to open the cage, and then you save Farrier Warleak, and you know, quest is over. The problem is, to get to the key, you have to kill the boss of this dungeon. The boss of this dungeon is in a room that is filled with Warforged that will all attack you, and he casts relatively high-level fire spells. Wall of Fire, Fireball, and he just kind of chains them back and forth. Can be a little bit dangerous if you're not prepared for it. Of which I'm not really, and that's this room. Instead, I'm going to do the puzzle. I will show you how to do the puzzle, if you would like to see that. If you're getting hit by the trap and thought Featherfall was still up, didn't have time to staunch your DD. Oh no! Oh man, that sucks. In situations like that, if you're not alone, what you can do is you can Alt F4, and then usually somebody in your party can kick you out of the group before you die, but it really depends. Alright, you want to solve this puzzle? Watch closely. And in here, and in here. The solution is on the DDO wiki. If you want to follow the solution, or whoops, if you want to follow the solution on the DDO wiki, you can, and you'll be through this in no time. Lickety split. Yeah, like so. I always do this. Some people get really impressed by this. It's just memorization. Oopsie, and not clicking the wrong tiles. If you want to know how to actually do this, basically, if you have enough search, like enough rogue skills, you can see that there are mines all over this, and you just need to make sure you don't power through any of the mines. So you basically just need to have to light up enough of these like little marks without hitting any mines. And so there's only one way through that, and if you just memorize it, then you don't have to know where to actually, or where the mines are. So I actually don't know where the mines are. I just know that this path will not hit any of them, and we'll complete it. And like so. Problem solved. And now we just watch. As it snakes its way around. Sometimes I will make a mistake and click a thing to the wrong thing. But it snakes around, it lights up all the stuff. And then, boom. You get extra XP, too. You have freed Farrier Warleak from the ancient prison. You bet I did. So that's how you do that. Again, same thing as this one. The quest door is underwater. So if I use my horse in loading screen, I will load on my horse. But you got to get it pretty close depending on how quickly you load. So horse use, and I should get it. Boom.
The current is drawn into an opening
Like so.
in the rock, just large enough to wiggle through.
All right, now we're going to do the next quest in Three Barrel Cove, Fire Caves. You'll also notice my XP bar went all the way across. That's because the quests in Three Barrel Cove give tremendously high amounts of experience points for the amount of time that they take. That's why I pretty much always run them all the time. They're great quests. Oh, R.I.P. Lepew. Slain by the Beast of Bel Shalor. Scary monster at the end of, or in Catacombs. Gotta fight it twice. Nice job on getting Infinite Hunger. I hate that boss. It is the only boss I don't like. I hate that stupid muck person world. I don't know how it works. I should probably just Google it to see if there's a faster way out of the water. But it's usually like 30 seconds fighting the boss, and then you get put down into muck world. And I spend like 20 minutes in muck world. And I'm stuck there. And I sometimes I'll even take a break. I will just like take a break from doing it. And like have to take breaks middle of the fight. I find it so frustrating.
Heat and steam rise from the cave entrance before you.
Aishan, what would you think about Wisdom-based Scourge Barbarian going for Occult Slayer and Falconer grabbing some Ghost Touch and heals from racials? I've actually done that. There's an old build that I have that is exactly that. It's pretty cool. It's very defensive, so if you're the more defensively oriented player, you'll have a pretty good time with that build.
on
The water leads you to the portal? I'll have to take a closer look then, next time I do it.
Like something stirring deep within the earth.
What about the little whirlwind that does up around your character whenever you use whirlwind attack? There was a challenge last league, or like a couple leagues ago, which was to not get hit by any of like the astral meteors or whatever when you have to fight the first boss of
High above
the
lake of
Ember
magma,
guy,
you sense
what it's called,
something unholy
Fearing Exarch,
and foul.
and man, that one was also annoying. I never was able to avoid getting hit by the little meteors. They just follow me around. I'm gonna break my sword. Oh, almost. Any suggestions on Epic Destiny tree for Renegade Master Maker? Or am I right for picking Primal Avatar? Yeah, Primal Avatar is the best melee Epic Destiny in the game.
The dark presence
Because Primal Avatar... Oh no, Elf Priest slayed Lubu.
the dragon below
Reppy.
awakes.
What was I gonna say? Primal Avatar Mantle is really good, and then outside of that, you can use whatever you want. I like Fatesinger quite a bit. I think Fatesinger is very, very powerful, and a Epic Destiny that too many people sleep on. I think that, you know, if more people spent some time exploring around with Fatesinger, the world would be a better place. Shader Kai too. Pretty much, the Primal Avatar Mantle is really powerful because even with a very small investment into spell power, so you get like a ring or just any item that adds to spell power, or you throw like a couple of spell power augments in like your weapon and your shield or in your two-handed weapon, you have enough spell power to basically deal a ton of damage. Is Fury not better Mantle endgame than Primal? No. The Fury Mantle adds 18 helpless damage, which is nice. Except if you run the Primal Mantle, then if you're going up Fury of the Wild, instead of running the extra, or like the 6 points into that, you can instead take other stuff, like the extra strength while raging, or just the rage in general if you don't have that, or the extra double strike, which ends up scaling just the same, especially if you're playing any type of like barbarian-based character. Primal Mantle is very good. It's in Draconic, actually. Energy Swirl, Daunting Roar, and Scales Shield. Yeah, great idea. Do it up. All right. Also, I feel bad for Laerthor. He keeps taking a swim in the lava and taking some damage.
The air grows more stifling. The
Can't really help him with that.
stench more nauseating.
He doesn't know how to path too good. But, yeah, I don't know. When it comes to the, or specifically what mantle you want to use the best, bear in mind, even though something might be the best, if it doesn't fit with the way you see your character, it's not that big of a deal. I'm a huge believer in, like, the importance of flavor and theming when it comes to characters and character building. That's why a lot of my characters have very specifically designed themes. Yeah, I just like having characters that are fun, but also well-themed, and a big part of theming is using the right epic abilities. So, just because the Primal Avatar Mantle is really good, doesn't mean I'm going to use the Primal Avatar Mantle on every single character, because again, I really like the themes. Or to have a well-themed character. So that includes, apparently my hireling not doing anything. But that includes using... Don't get blinded, don't get blinded. It's Fortitude save, dude. Okay, we're good. I was worried he was going to get blinded, because this guy casts blind. So did the Ogre Shamans, actually. But that one didn't blind me, which is nice.
The stones echo his words, then are ahead on the edge of the
Heroism.
searing lava.
And the benefit of leveling up is I actually get more gold per chest, because the items will be selling for more, so I don't have to worry as much about platinum. In theory, I could actually be, like, buying and selling stuff on the auction house if I really want more platinum, but, it's okay. correct. And I'm going to do the second part of Fire Caves just because I'm already here. The XP is pretty good. I get some more chests, so I can't really complain. I got a double recall. Once I get to town, I'll be repairing as well, just to have my sword back up. I don't want this to break halfway through the quest because that'd be kind of embarrassing. And I do want to get a better sword. However, before I do that, I was gonna say, before I actually go get a better sword, it's important to keep in mind that I don't know, the keen is really powerful. Keen effects are really good in the early levels because it just gives you more critical hit chance. And critical hit chance basically means you kill a monster whenever you hit it. So, pretty cool. I like that. I gotta check. How many remnants do I have? 158. It's not a lot. I'm gonna buy some, like, things. Some augments. But I'm probably not going to do that. You also see me, like, not always ride my horse. Just habit. There's no penalty or benefit from riding a horse all the time or not riding a horse all the time. So if you're ever just like, why aren't you riding your horse right now? Habit. Sometimes I just, when for short distances, I won't use it, even though you can ride your horse while moving. That guy lets you teleport to any quests you've already done. And I forgot to mention, so instead of having to walk up here every time, you can just, like, teleport from here back up to Fire Caves, because you already did Fire Caves. Part 1, anyway. And it counts for having completed Fire Caves Part 1 for qualifying for teleporting to Fire Caves in general. And that's the reason I do the route that I take. It allows me to hit every quest and then also teleport back up here, which is nice. It's the convenience factor. That's what I like.
The air itself seems on the verge of catching fire.
Another benefit of using a weapon like a Bastard Sword is it has a higher base damage. It's a D10 as opposed to some of the smaller weapons that are D4s, D6s, so like daggers, short swords, scimitars. And that's cool because when you use Whirlwind attack, you use +2W on your damage, which means that it's 2 extra D10s per hit, which is on average an extra 10 damage whenever I use it, which is nice to all the monsters I hit. Yep, exactly. So bigger weapon, more damage per hit. It's just nice to have. Granted, it's a little bit more nuanced than that, so you don't always want to be using the biggest weapon, depending on your character. So, for example, the easiest case is something like Vistani Knife Fighter, where for using a dagger, you get access to this ability, Rapid Slash, which gives you 20% double strike for 10 seconds on a 10-second cooldown, so you always have this active. Really, really good. And 20% double strike multiplies all of your damage, not just the damage of your weapon. So, like, if you have spells, other effects that go onto your weapon, like an Eldritch Knight or something like that, it's very good. So, really powerful. 15 to 20 times 3. Yeah. I'm 17 to 20 times 3. We're getting there. I will eventually have a 16 to 20 times 4, I believe. Is going to be my final critical threat profile. Once all is said and done. I've got the +1 multi here. Oh no. 16 to 20 times 3 is right, not times 4. Because I'm a Bastard Sword. So I'll have a times 3 with Strike with no thought. I get the +1 threat range from 1 with the blade, which is nice. No. Keen edges. 1 with the blade is just 20 melee power. Also very good. I do like 20 melee power. Champ Power Elemental. Reminder, I have Elemental Resistance, which is very helpful here. This guy's also dealing poison damage. Even though I am a Warforged, I am not immune to poison damage. So I really want to kill this as soon as possible, which is good. You have to be careful about Champ Elementals, specifically Fire and Water Elementals, because Fire and Water Elementals are very scary because they have an aura. So Fire Elementals have their fire damage aura. Water Elementals have this like freezing spray aura. If they are champions, those auras, even though they don't deal damage, will apply the champion effects, like the poison damage from that champion. Also, another person dead to lava. I have never seen more people die to lava in one day than today. Yeah, a cat fell into the lava. Important note for pet owners out there, keep your pets out of the lava. Not a good idea. Also, even Gerard Dryden getting on the action. Killing some people. I don't know where you would die at level 14 to lava. Yes, I do. If you fall off of the edge in Maraud the Mines, Getting out of the lava is a very uphill task because you have to swim really far. And if you don't have fire resistance, then you can take a lot of damage really fast. And it's hard to heal that person because they're basically underneath all the platforms. So it's hard to actually rescue them. I got it in one. Oh, is that what happened? Was it somebody falling in Maraud the Mines?
First all the illegal booby traps, then no one puts guardrails around the lava. We really need a safety meeting.
Yep. Yeah, so that I've seen that happen before in a previous hardcore league, but we managed to like spam heal to keep people alive. Like a lot of lay on hands and other stuff to keep them alive. Also, there are guardrails. You have to throw yourself over the guardrails. The guardrail, it's not like this, right? It's big guardrails. The OSHA could probably get involved in here. OSHA's bad for business. You know, more safety regulations equals slower production of according to the Coin Lords. So what? 100 million people die in Stormreach and construction projects. As long as it goes faster, said the Coin Lords. Could be Maraud, could also be Relic of Sovereign Pass, made to order. We have established it was already Maraud the Mines. Also, what are you doing in the lava, buddy?
All over the fire caves, Method's voices cry out in despair.
It was in fact Maraud the Mines.
Elementals are slain, one and
Twice in
all.
Maraud the Mines, both to falling in the lava. Again, which is, I find it interesting. I don't know how you fall in the lava. Because there's walls everywhere.
Heat and steam.
Okay, now, I'm not exactly sure what quests to do, so I'm going to do a quick check of the quest log to see what's out here for 5s. Oh, I have some Feywild quests. I'm going to do a couple Feywild 5s that aren't too bad. Wake Me Up Inside is not too bad. So I'm going to quickly sell and then go do a couple Feywild 5s. But first I'm going to collect all the quest XP up here. Okay. Nothing useful, so I'm just going to grab a... Oh, shocking bastard sword of Construct Bane. I prefer the Keen, but this is not a bad item. Also, goodbye, Regret. Actually, great for constructs, because I don't crit them, so it's good. Ding! Level up. Nice. Good job, team. Level 49, guild level. I love it. That's such a satisfying ding sound, too. Yeah, I know I mentioned it here before, but an old coworker who used to work in an old portal told me an integrated worker who sat on a not yet cooled I-beam. Yep, and then they probably left half of their skin on their on the I-beam. Terrifying. Mm-hmm. Ah, Star Wars. I got it. The old lava Star Wars. Yeah, I gotcha. I'm just quickly selling, reacquiring House P buffs before I run out to Feywild, because Feywild can be dangerous. You can improve critical next level. I can improve critical next level as well, yeah. So it'll be a good weapon to use, but just in the interim, I'm still gonna have both of them. Alright, let's go to the armor pawn, sell some stuff. As I said, by selling stuff at the armor pawn, I'm going to be gaining a little bit more money than normal. Same thing with the weapon pawn, sell some stuff at the weapon pawn. I can't. I think my items are just not expensive enough to actually sell at these pawnbrokers. I don't think I need these regular bastard swords anymore. There's not as many monsters that are breaking my weapons. Spell saves 8. I'm going to keep the natural armor, although I do like spell saves. A tough one. Goggles are deadly. I already took those off for a reason. And regular resist cold. Don't need that. All right. Not a lot of money. Not as much as I would have liked, but 4,000 is still good enough. Remember, you going to take time off during Christmas? No, I will not be taking time off during Christmas. So I will be streaming a lot. I should be streaming Christmas Eve, and I don't know if I'm going to stream Christmas Day. I might not, but we'll see. But I'll be streaming Christmas Eve and maybe Christmas Day. But I think Christmas Day is probably the only day. Christmas Day and New Year's Day are probably the only days I'm not going to be streaming. Christmas Day, because it's Christmas Day, and New Year's Day because I will be very hungover. So, those things I'm not going to. I'm actually taking a vacation. I will be off from the 7th to the 14th of January. In the meantime, I have been banking video to upload onto YouTube, so you'll have something to watch while I am gone. But yeah, I will be away for a short period of time on in January. I haven't taken a vacation at all from live streaming since I started doing this in 2020. So I've been live streaming for years. So since like 2015, uploading YouTube videos another time. I went to it full time in 2020. And since 2020, I haven't taken a vacation. So I will be taking my first vacation in 2 years. And it'll be a very nice time. I'm very excited for my trip. One of my favorite drinks? Depends. That's actually straight up a big worry. So I take a week off, then I'm very curious to know how many people are going to cancel their subs, because obviously I'm not streaming, so why would you pay your subs when there's literally nothing to watch? Which, it makes sense. I can't argue against that logic, but it is something that I have to worry about, to be like, that's why I don't take vacations. Because I'm like, well, if I take a week off, people are going to cancel their sub, they're going to get bored, they're going to watch something else, they're not going to pay attention, and again, that's why I don't take vacations, and why a lot of people that work in this sort of medium don't do that either. Paid vacation? No. The magic of being self-employed is it's all unpaid vacation. That's the magic of that. It's always unpaid vacation. So that's why I don't do that very much. Okay, so I didn't buy a new hireling, which I should have, for this 16 minutes. Basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the quest Wake Me Up Inside in town, and then I'm going to come out here, summon the hireling, and then even though the hireling will have expired, as long as it doesn't disappear, you get to keep it. Then pay if you stay to hear their offers. Think of it like a timeshare. Yeah, that could work. Helping me out, we're all going to die to lava. True. I'll probably place somebody as interim leader of the guild on Hardcore League. Just so that, people are able to, somebody who can manage the guild for me. Just log in once a day, clear out the dead, make sure there's officers online, etc. Right from the beach drunk. I don't know if I can do that. It's not like I won't, have the desire to do that. Incorrect. It's the physical capability of doing that, because I will have the internet level to do that. So let's see. All right. Let's do this quest from Sorghum. Did I grab this? I don't know if I did. Gale. Good. Talking to Gale is what allows you to teleport to the Feywild, so you don't actually have to walk here every single time. So always make sure to talk to Gale Estable. Alright, so will I die in this quest? I hope not, because that would be really devastating to the live stream. Not the live stream, but to my video series. But I should be fine. The entire roster will be dead in lava. People just posting their pictures of themselves, like, dying in lava. So, the only things that are dangerous here are the harpies. The harpies are dangerous because they cast fire spells consistently. So you just want to kill the harpies as quickly as possible, move from one to the next. It's the only things that are dangerous here. So kill your harpies, and then beat them up, and get your stiff. No problem. Next, we have all of the vine blights. So the needlers are not a big deal. What you're worried about are the vine blights, not the twig blights. Twig blights you don't care about because you just hit them. They deal damage. You deal damage. It's all good. So the reason why the twig or the vine blights matters is because they can knock you down. The trick to dealing with vine blights is blocking before they get you. So if you see that you're getting tripped, you just stop, block, and then they can't knock you down. So keep that in mind.
With a worried expression on his face. The figure doesn't notice your presence.
Okay, just up. Yep. Yeah, so it should be a good time. I'm looking forward to taking a vacation. Not that necessarily live streaming is the most difficult thing to do, But there's a lot of like mental stress that comes along with it, just like any job, and it is nice to take a vacation. So I'm very much looking forward to that. My damage is so low, I can barely out DPS the healing of the troll. That's spooky. This is where you would want like an acid or a fire weapon, and where the Barovian weapons really come in handy, which is what I'm going to be picking up. I will be using a Barovian weapon when I get the opportunity to use one. And also where having a hireling helped out a lot, because the hireling will keep me alive. It's been a while since trollish regeneration has been a problem. I would normally have higher stats, but I decided to delay some of the damage, which was, in hindsight, a bad idea, because I could have an extra +4 to damage right now. So, and 4 per hit is a lot. I will be taking the weapon specialization feats later on. I'm just not there yet. I take weapon focus at 9, which is a little silly, and weapon specialization at 10. So that'll give me some damage. Vacation from the 12th to the 20th. Nice. Yeah, I'm vacation 7th to the 14th of January. They have unique maps so we can run those together. It's up to you. I've just been doing the Keurig maps. I haven't pulled any unique ones, but I've been doing Keurig missions. So I've done Olmecs. I did the one where we got to jump across the pillars of a run, and
inside the magically sealed gazebo,
the one that gives you the future cloister. That's the one. It's worth farming a nebula fragment, and why is leveling so long on hardcore? My quest list for 3 lifer doesn't work on the first life on hardcore. Why is leveling so long? What do you mean leveling is so long? It's always faster level on a first life character than on a 3 life character.
The frosted cerise for the ritual. You've recovered both the loot
It's very
and the
confusing.
frosted cerise. Now, where has Melody hidden Lord Arden? You notice a float of magical energy streaming from a distant portal.
Yeah, you can save those if you want. I'd be down to run those together, but also you don't have to worry about doing that. I'm not worried about getting all the unique maps. The only ones are like the ultra rare unique maps. Yeah, if you're doing the quest out of favor, it's going to take a long time, but if you're just trying to level, you should be fine. Yeah, like you need 3.8 million XP to level up with a 3rd life character, and you'll need 1.9 million XP on a 1st life character, making it dramatically faster. Alright, so the final boss can cast Sleep on you of this dungeon, but I'm immune to sleep because I'm a robot, which is very helpful. So, you know, sometimes Warforged comes in handy.
But a pixie flutters into your path.
Also, I don't need to kill the Sandman because you can't kill the Sandman until you kill the ads that come along with the Sandman. So I gotta kill the otherworldly shadow first, and then the other one. Also, my damage is very low when I don't have action boost haste. Like, Lair Thor is helping me and killing the Sandman at the same time, which is very funny. Blurry, eh? Get tripped, bastard. 18. Yeah. Div streams DPS. Well, yeah. But I'm, you know, I could gear out this character if I wanted by shoving gold onto it from my previous existing playthrough. I just want to show what's possible, even if you are just playing by yourself and you're starting out for the first, not so for the first time, but, you know, starting out at the beginning. Okay, so this quest, there are monsters all around the edges. Touching them causes you immense pain. Also, don't stand in these circles. Staying in the circles causes you immense pain. You just don't touch the oozes, don't go over there, and just hit cadence. Very easy. Just see what happens when it hits Lair Thor, apparently for 0. What a beast. Yeah, also don't stand in circles. If you see a circle like that, it's going to explode, so don't stand in those. Okay, and that's one quest down. Come on, cloak. If I get the cloak, that would be so cool. I'll take the cloak or the docent. Honestly, I would take a Pharaoh Crystal Bastard Sword. Yo, what's up, Ludicrous? How are you? Is that what negative energy is? I don't think there are any negative energy circles. There's evil circles, and the evil circles will kill you.
Weakened and battered, Cadence tries to surrender.
On nothing. All right, that's good. That's good. You know, you got to temper your expectations. I think that's good.
Let's make a deal.
Negative energy burst is a negative energy circle. It's not a circle because it's an instant effect. The circles are you cast an effect, 3 seconds later they explode. Negative energy burst is instant. There's no delay.
Ingredients for the ritual and repeat the steps to reverse the curse.
All right, what do we got?
First,
The bulwark mask, sheltering, fortification. So I lose saving throws, but again, fortification's kind of good. And sheltering. I will keep this just in case, but I don't think I'm going to use it.
you play a brief melody on Hirsam's lute.
Oh, the purple shroud circles? Okay, yeah.
I
don't know much about that.
With little effort. You set a small blaze, then drop the crushed roots and Lord Arden's true name into it.
I thought they were negative or evil.
The ritual. As the
I suppose you have a copious amount of extra dino mats. If you had asked me this morning before I bought my Black Pearl material,
Lord Arden
no, I don't.
Thanks you for awakening him from this curse. He urges you to speak with him.
But I just bought my Black Pearl thing. So I bought Enhanced Ghostly for my belt. So I had 50 of everything, and now I don't have 50 of everything. So I'm very sorry. Alright, Viscount Xavier's Tower. There's a couple tricks to this one. I don't really have a lot of Intimidate, but I might attempt. Intimidate, leave now. That doesn't work. I'm gonna have to fight all these. That's okay. Fight some red caps. The red caps are probably the most dangerous things in this quest, and the final boss. Red caps hit really hard. They are very dangerous monsters, so you gotta be mindful about that. Okay, so I'm gonna have to beat up this tree. However, important note, if you have 1 point in Perform, which is why I recommend Perform in a lot of my builds, just putting 1 point into, or you happen to have a Perform Tome, you can always use Perform. It just does a check to see if you have 1. There's actually no skill number on it. So as long as you have any Perform, you can sing the tree a song. Also against this one, stay at full life, because she can do that apparently. And she's splinter bolting me, and I got snared again. Wow. Thank you, Larethor. This is why you bring hirelings. If I didn't have Larethor, I probably would have died to double splinter bolt, double snare. DDO also has a problem where... Oh, Brutal Beatrice. Oh, no. Rip. Deanny. DDO also has a problem where strength checks and saving throws are set to the same thing. So in the game, it's currently impossible to get to break endgame strength checks because they're set to the same values as saving throws for a reason I do not understand. So it'll be like, oh, the strength DC, or like the reflex save on a trap is 90. That's achievable. Then it'll be like, oh, and to break out of a bear trap, you need a strength of 90, which is a strength of 100 and, or a strength check of 90 is strength check 190. So that's not going to be the answer. Also, commands remove 1 and 12 letters domains. That is, / say, dozens. Because dozens has 6 letters. Remove 1 and you have 12, which is dozen. Oh. No, 190. Is that a bug or by design? I'm assuming it is by a lack of intention. My best guess is like not malice, but just like somebody goes, oh yeah, let's make it a strength check, and then is just blissfully unaware that the modifiers are literally a quarter of your saving throws. Like they're not even close. That whoever that, you know, and that's the whole game. Every strength check is like that. Entangle, web, all of that. Throughout the whole game, it's all strength checks, and they're all not completable. You gotta be really careful about that. Also, this room is the most dangerous room in this dungeon because you get immediately surrounded and attacked by red caps. You gotta be very careful about this one.
Hello LTRM, Brian 2 here.
Hey,
I'm
what's up?
sorry, but Brian threw my headphones across the Star Wars universe and launched me out of the tree you beat up. Could you explain Solo Self-Founded and why you are playing Solo Self-Founded in DDO?
Sure, I haven't done it today yet, so I guess I can explain it. So if you're watching episode 2 right now on YouTube and you thought you escaped it because you watched the first episode and I hadn't explained it yet, and you're like, oh, thank God he doesn't have to explain this a second time, you've missed that. No, Ludicrous. The reason why I'm doing this is because I'm making a play-along. So basically, this is a solo play-along for all the people out there that maybe don't know where to go when they solo, what tips and tricks they need to solo, what things they can do to find their way through quests, how to deal with quests that have traps when they're playing by themselves, what are some, just general strategies for getting through things by themselves. Because not everybody is able to log in at the time when other people are. So it's good to have that type of information out there. I personally don't choose to play solo, but I am doing it today just because I want to have that information out for everybody that is watching at home. That's pretty much it. I just want to help out, make something that was good. So yeah, so if you're, the idea is that you can kind of watch the whole thing, watch the whole series, and it's going to be largely unedited in the sense that I'm going to be cutting out empty moments, but moments when I'm down, moments like in these quests, I'm going to leave in so that if somebody watches and they go, oh, hey, I don't know how to handle this part, and it's something I don't explicitly say, it'll still be in the video. I feel like that will be possibly helpful for some people to see like an example of how you can level up. Important note, I'm playing as a pure fighter. Pure fighter is not the best soloing class in the game. You could argue it's one of the worst soloing classes in the game. This is worse than paladin, rogue, barbarian. Geez. But I'm playing pure fighter anyway because you guys voted for it, so that's what we're doing. So there you go. That's why I'm doing this. Well, you did also specifically ask me on more than one occasion, to make something like this as well. I guess, you did say, hey, it would be cool if you made like a solo playthrough for people to see how to get through the game solo. I figured I would oblige because it's also a good idea. The interest that I posted the video this morning, and the interest seemed there from people on YouTube. People were like, hey, this sounds cool. And you don't have sneak attack and are pretty fragile? Let me introduce you to my favorite ability, Shiv. Shiv. I love Shiv. Yeah, Second Wind helps out a lot. I actually haven't really used Second Wind at all. I've mostly just been relying on my cleric. I don't know where my cleric is. I think he got stuck in a cave. Which reminds me, I still haven't watched Man in Hole yet. We'll watch it later.
Whoever has replaced Grey Moss must be desperate now. You have reached the top of the tower.
Shiv is on a cooldown and you don't have AoE? You... What? What do you mean you don't have AoE? Staff Rogue is amazing. Thank you for the cures, Betty. I'm going to do a flicker. Sometimes if you find your hirelings aren't working well, hit them on passive and then put them back on active, and it sometimes breaks their AI chain. No will and fortitude saves? Yeah, play a Warforged. Yeah. For Epic Lives, is there merit to stacking Saga XP turn-ins for the next Epic Life instead of going back to 1? Oh, no, I don't do that. I don't like to stack the Saga. Some people do, though. Okay, so how do you do this fight? You attack the Agni, and you're looking for one that doesn't flash. So this one didn't talk to me, it's not the real one. Look, they all flash blue, that are fake. The real ones, so it's this one in the corner here. The rest of them flashed. So this is the one that's real. And she's going to teleport twice, always. Go get her, and then she dies. You don't actually have to fight your way through all of them, and the ones that are fake are flashing. It is amazing how many times I'm doing this on R10, and I watch somebody beat and kill an entire fake one. So that is something that I think a lot of people don't know how that mechanic works, so, yeah. Alright, come on, dose it! Oh. Or helmet would have been fine, but yeah, anyway, thanks, video game. Okay, that's good. Okay. I was hoping for something cool, but we'll see how that goes. Even definitely not the 9 to 14 damage hammer experience you had with DDO. Well, true. But also important note, you have Onigoroshi, a level scaling weapon that is one of the best weapons in the game.
The party here is in full swing, and cascading
assuming you have the right build.
is clearly the worse for wear for it. A harried housemaid waits in the wall.
Important note, not in heroics, but in epics, the pixie enchanters that are in here can cast an ability called Prismatic Spray. Prismatic Spray can throw you out of the universe and instantly kill you if you fail a save. However, if you have Death Block, you don't fail the save. So keep that in mind. I'm actually going to put on my death block docent that I have, because I'm worried that it might throw me out of the universe. I don't think they have it in heroics, but my brain is like, what if they do? Just hypothetically, what if they do have it in heroics? And then what? What do I do with my video? Like, what if there's a bug in the game and they just suddenly can instantly kill me by throwing me outside of the universe? I'm gonna avoid that problem entirely.
A satyr calls to you as you enter the courtyard.
Hello there. Welcome
Yep.
to our revels. There's food in the kitchen now.
The weapon gets 2 to 3 physical damage per level that you have, so it's based on your level. And the effect that you get, her embrace, whenever you ignite somebody, adds 123% of physical damage as extra fire damage. Sonic Blast Daze, Salt Crystals. I'm very nervous about this room, actually. I'm going to pull out of this room. And get my hireling to heal himself, so he's a little bit less distracted. I don't know why he's not healing himself. Electric Loop. Okay, Sonic Blast Daze, not a big deal. Again, this is why we take elemental damage reduction. I should get a shield wand at some point.
Ran a chronoscope with a bunch of warlocks and a few underlevels. Only a single storm singer healing us with song. Full completion, smooth as butter. Everyone
Hey!
happy. Then, one dude joins Valak's mausoleum only to run into traps and die and sadden us all.
Instant death to Valak's, yeah. Valak's is one of those quests that there's no trick to getting through Valak's. If you don't have a way to deal with traps, probably skip Valak's. There's just a big trap hallway. And it's gonna kill you. So keep that in mind. Do I just have a death wish? Not really, it's usually just back up. Just back up, get some space. Usually the pro gamer move right there. I'm backspacing or using the next item key. It allows you to see through doors, which is convenient. So this is where my lower amount of damage is really starting to show from not having a good weapon, and also from not having any deadly items, and also from not having any damage from the trees. So I should be focusing a little bit more on some of the damage in the future. It'll help out quite a bit. Ah, key. Hello.
This large key is labeled Spring House.
All-Fire Greatsword for you. The... What? Oro's Sacrifice? Oro's Sacrifice is definitely worse than Onigoroshi.
It's surprising to find a large...
The benefit of Oni is it's a physical damage that gets then converted into fire damage, so it scales off of physical and fire damage, so it's literally scales twice as hard as Oro's Sacrifice. The Pure Fire two-handed sword that gives you frenzy charges when you ignite people is called Oro's Sacrifice. I've always wanted to make an Oro Sacrifice build. Oro Flicker used to be a standard back in the day because Flicker Strike had a cooldown, but you could bypass the cooldown using frenzy charges, and you got a frenzy charge every time you ignite somebody with Oro Sacrifice, and you just go crit Oro's Sacrifice Flicker. So every time you use Flicker Strike, you get a crit. Every time you crit, you get an ignite. And every time you get an ignite, you get a flicker strike or an extra charge, or frenzy charge, and you can just do it infinitely. And just hold on the button, and you just keep flickering.
Towering weeds spring up the instant
classic back in the day.
magic seeds on the ground. The twisting brambles suck up every drop of water nearby, leaving cascading springs dry as a bone.
Okay. I'm going to use this again, and also healing. Alright, I'll talk to this guy. Build based on Muck's Doom? You probably could.
Spring may be dry, to be sure. Still cascading springs cottage. Why,
It's Oro's Sacrifice? I mean, trust me, dude. You think you don't, I spent a lot of time playing Path of Exile without having the good items, so I know about a lot of the bad items. That's my forte, is using the weird, goofy items. They're not very good. Okay, satyrs. When they start singing at you, you have to go get them, by the way. None of them are doing that. Also, I did get charged, which is kind of annoying, but whatever, we're doing okay. Like this guy. When he starts singing, you just hit him to knock him down.
My hireling recommendation is as follows: read the hireling's description. Some are more zealot than the others, some are spell happy, some like it physical, but not in a good way. Great way to have an idea on who is more likely to die or heal you.
Seething with anger, the
Just
master
want
of the rebels
one item.
reluctantly agrees to leave.
Ugh. I just wanted to get one cool item out of Feywild. Okay, so the last quest I'm going to do in Feywild, I'm not going to do all of them, but the next quest I'm going to do is Combating Corruption. Combating Corruption is a little more dangerous, so be very careful if you do this quest. This is super risky and very stupid. But all 3 items out of this quest are amazing. The Winter Cloak is very good. The Shield is best in slot for this build for heroics. And the ring is health and tripping, which I use. So all 3 items are useful. There are only 3 items that can drop out of the chest. I can use all of them. Let's see if we can get one. The dangerous thing in here is one monster type called the Shambling Mound. Shambling Mounds are very spooky because they just deal a ton of damage, and they have Splinter Bolt, which deals a lot of damage. So for this one, I'm going to be using my non-keen sword, because my keen sword, I can't really crit these guys anyway, because they're plants. I'm going to be using the keen one. I'm going to be hopefully able to knock a lot of these guys out of the park, knock their socks off. So I got my my higher lightning sword on this, which is going to be helpful a little bit. So it's 2d6s now. The lightning doesn't matter against the Shambling Mounts, but it just saves me some help in the future. We'll see.
The barrier flickers out as the first orb is destroyed. As the second orb shatters, that sense of unease.
Important note, if you happen to have Dimension Door, you can do a lot of skipping in this quest, by the way. You can skip a whole bunch of monsters if you have Dimension Door. I don't, because I'm a fighter, but if I wasn't a fighter, oh baby. He now bypasses fortification, only if you roll a 20. And what are the odds I'm going to roll a 20, huh? Not great. I like that these guys all fight each other. Thanks for helping, everybody. Hey, Laerthor, how about curing yourself, huh?
A second barrier blocks the path down.
Also, the fire beetles deal a lot of fire damage, which again, if you don't happen to have any type of fire resistance in any capacity, it can be quite annoying. Also, for whatever reason, the fire beetles are not immune to fire, they're immune to cold, which I find deeply perplexing. You'd think they'd be immune to both, or they'd be immune to fire because they're literally fire beetles, but no, they are immune to cold. I don't know. Video games, man. Look, just because there's another 20, that doesn't count. I want to do over. I want to recount. I want to recount. Nope, that's not real. That one's not. That didn't happen. Oh, no. Okay, so there are... no, buddy. Buddy, stop. I want to fight these one at a time. I don't know why he got so aggressive and wanted to go get them. I really don't want to fight them both at the same time. So I should... Oh my god. Be able to pull this out. But I don't have to fight them both at the same time. Because if I fight them both at the same time, I'm going to get Splinter Bolted in the back, and that's bad. This guy is going to Splinter Bolt me. So he only hits for 9, but you'll see what happens when I get Splinter Bolted.
Hey Strim, why don't you just go punch them?
Oh, because he's Splinter Bolting the other guy. Nice. Good job. Good job, Shamblo. Yeah, these are the monsters that will kill you. For the record, while I have been doing this during this video, or this little recording session here, 2 people died to Shambling Mounts. Okay? So, since the start, if you've been watching this whole time, up at the top, you've seen 2 different people die to Shambling Mounts. At level 9. I'm level 7, so I gotta be a little bit more careful than that. And it's all about just, like, using potions out of combat to keep yourself topped up, and knowing what's going to be coming up next, and what the monsters physically can do. A lot of what happens in Dungeons & Dragons Online that comes down to whether you're going to win or lose is based on your knowledge of what's coming up next. And really, you know, preparation is what matters. Character shield. Yeah. if you get it because not everyone would have it. No, I'm definitely going to be using it. The other reason why I didn't use a Muckbane is because it just does less damage than my two-handed weapons. Like, why would I use Muckbane when I can use +2 Holy Great Axe of Double Strike 2? It's just way more damage than Muckbane. And I don't care if this breaks. Uh-oh. Ooh! Cats! It's also worth it to take the second it takes to just chug a potion real quick. So keep on your potions, team. Another shambling mound. Very fun. I'm going to get that in a bit. I wanted to kill the beetle first, just because the beetle seemed like it was going to be more dangerous. And I'm going to bring everything together so I can kind of cleave it down. I'm actually going to use one of the shrines in here, just because there is a shrine that will allow me to get my action boost back, and I want to have my action boost back for the final fight, because I don't remember how dangerous Fomorians are in Heroics. Alright, so... Oh, right. By putting one behind the other, only one can hit me with Splinter Bolt at a time. They can't both hit me. So that is kind of the goal here, by stacking them like that. Only one of them can hit me with Splinter Bolt at a time. They both can't hit me, which is nice. Man, why does it gotta end with that 20, though? Gotta do me like that.
In the northern root tunnels destroyed, crackling sounds can be heard from the barrier. With the orbs gone,
Come to me, buddy.
the second barrier collapses in on itself with an audible
Okay,
crack.
everything should be good. This quest is a little long when you don't have, like, the massive wave clear that you might have with, like, AoE spellcasters and stuff. It's okay. I don't need Fireball. I got Fighter Ball. Get it? Fighter Ball? Anyway, mind the Vine Blights when you're fighting in here, because if they get you with the Vine Grip and they're going to throw you to the ground, you can just block to prevent it from actually knocking you down. Alright, so I'm going to shrine here because I want to get all my stuff back. And I guess I can shove the Cleric on it too. Yeah, you say gotcha, but then you don't use the shrine, my man. You don't use the shrine. You say you understand what I'm saying, but then you show me you don't understand what I'm saying. What a guy. Important note, if I don't get anything out of this quest... Oh no, holy hell was slain! Holy hell! Destroyed by a trap. If I don't pull anything out of this quest, just remember that that's pretty much the standard experience playing this video game, and that life is pain. Just keep that in mind. That means at a 33% chance I did 4 quests and pulled nothing. So just remember, life is pain.
Corrupting magic.
And as long as you keep that one close to your heart, you'll be able to get through and manage anything.
Drain life.
Like, I probably shouldn't be doing Feywild, but whatever, it is what it is. We're already here, we're already doing the Feywild.
The Fomorian Bellows. Stop them, Voidfang.
And then Void Fang's going to take a little bit to take down, because I do not have True Seeing yet. Gonna keep things away from it? No, you got to keep things close to the heart. It's vital, so it's like you know, if you got a power strip, you want to keep your power strip as close to your power as possible, so in case your power strip explodes in flames, it's close to all your other things, so they also catch fire. Wait, hold on. I don't know if that's how that expression goes.
With a single magic word, the Fomorian
Alright, get him out of here. Alright, he's immune to lightning, so I guess I just take the keen. Because he's immune to lightning, so the extra lightning damage doesn't even do anything. Okay, Salt Ray hurts. I can heal myself while crowd controlled. But I gotta not roll bad against Salt Ray. I'm not moving in the Spike Growth, because I'm okay with that. And he's dead. And he got me the Curse of Deformity, which does not cause me to be helpless, which is good. Item, please. Hey, I got an item. Cloak of Winter. It's got the lost life, it's got the life seal, it's got the cold absorption. So this is now gives me death block. So this is a death block item for the rest of the game. So I now don't have to worry about using anything else. So I'm pretty happy. So now for my entire leveling experience, I have a death block item with health and other stuff. You know, as some might say, very poggers. This is a poggers cloak.
Reaches upward to the sky, yet some form of
Intimidating helm of spot. No.
Slowly twisting and
all the rest of these items are not very good. Cool. So I gain even more hit points. All right, fine. There is value to the Vorpals, just saying. You're right. There's value. There's value there. And now it's time to level up. So just trunking my way through Feywild. Pretty fun here. Let's get some fighter going. A Pyro. Bolduin. Strength. Because strength gives me damage. Give me some skills. I get a feat. Of course, there's lots of different feats I could take. Heavy armor defenses sounds good. But improved critical slashing is good. This is just so much damage. More criticals equals more gooder damager. So that's what we're going to go with. And now I get to pick up some extra points. I'm going to take the critical mastery. Usually I wouldn't take this in heroics, but like I really need some extra damage because I can't take weapon specialization for +1 to hit and +2 to damage, and I can't take this for +1 to hit and +2 to damage because I'm stupid and I didn't take the feats. So instead, we're going to grab Liquid Courage here, which means next level I'll be able to grab Opportunity Attack for 20 melee power. So what Liquid Courage does is every time I drink a potion, I get 50 extra amp. So my potions are now healing me for 50 because I have 100 repair amp, and Second Wind now does my entire health bar, which is very cool. On top of that, it's a full cleanse. So if I get stunned by anything, I can break out of it with Second Wind as a stun break and a full heal, which is very, very valuable. So pretty sweet effects. I know I can sell some garbage out of my inventory. Selling garbage. I don't think I do want that. The physical sheltering is now better than what I'm using, so I will take that. I could farm some items here, but I really don't want to. I've mentioned this before, but I find farming items in heroics very boring, so I very rarely do it. So if you're wondering why I'm not repeating any of these quests for items, I just couldn't be bothered. Deathblock Belt of Stunning. I don't currently do stunning. Burglar's Gloves of a bunch of stats I don't care about, so I'm just going to grab... I guess I'll just grab a weapon. Sell it. And Moscato. Mana of Repair Amp 15. I mean, Ramp 15 is pretty good. That's more Repair Amp. I do like that. I don't need Search. So I will take Repair Amp. So that's pretty cool. So now I've got Gloves of Repair Amp 15. Additionally, for level 8, I also have these Strength Dex boots, so +5 Strength, +5 Dex. So that's just nice to have. So just a little extra stats. So very convenient. Sweet. I gotta use the bathroom real quick, though. My first time trying hardcore, and I'm a 2K favorite. Nice! Which build are you using? And while you answer that question, I'm gonna go to the bathroom and get some more water. Because I gotta do that. It's healthy. Drink water. I am currently leveling my character, and I'm level 8. Soon to be level 9. The reason why I got a little bit of extra experience points is just because I like having a lot of flexibility when it comes to quests. And I would much rather, be in a scenario where I can, check out stuff ahead of time, and be a bit more picky and choosy with my quests. And since I knew I wasn't really going to be very worried about a lot of the Feywild 6s, I just kind of went ahead and did them. Next set of quests that I want to do is going to be out in, probably finish off some of the 3-Barrel Cove, maybe. I don't know. What 6s do I want to do? And this is the hard part. The game opens up a lot, and you have a lot of different options. I think I'm going to branch out and do a couple of different quests all over the place. I think some of the 6s I don't really want to do, especially in Feywild, just because the items that I can get from them are not that great. The Thornright can give some good items, because there's the belt that gives you quality, strength, constitution, as well as Ram's Might, which is +2 strength and damage, and it stacks with everything that I use. So I think I might do the Thornright, but the rest of the items I don't care about super much. So I'm probably just going to do a smattering of random quests around this level range and kind of have a ball and go from there. But the most important part, before you do any of that, is, of course, having the appropriate defenses. So I'm going to be quickly running around and grabbing some items. So I'll be picking up some more potions here. I'm going to be getting a new hireling. and grabbing my house P buffs again before I go, because as I said, it's important to be prepared. That's what's going to get you killed the most often. Is lack of preparedness. Let's just go here. Actually, I should buy all of these potions at the House K potion vendor, so I'm going to do that. Let's go. (18-1-1). Can do a lot of splits. Yeah, I would probably do 18-1-1, but because one rogue gives you 15% attack speed, one monk gives you access to the monk stances, as well as the first point in Henge and Mystic. Buy some more of these, because I want some. Fill up some more on heroism potions. Get like 20 more of these. And I have enough left for a hireling. Remember, the higher level I get, the more things are going to sell for when I sell them, so I'm not too stressed about the amount of money that I'm spending now.
You're getting a new hireling?
Right.
After the other one kept you alive so well you're tossing them to the side?
Well, their contract has expired, and I didn't want to renew their contract. And this time I'm going to grab Nimeth Celebel, because she is a killer. Actually, I want to try Flare as well. So I'm going to get Flare and Nimeth, and try them both. I've never used Flare, or at least I don't have in recent memory, but this is a Warforged Sorcerer. In theory, Flare should be able to heal me, but I don't know. Flare is also an 8th level sorcerer with 3 level 4 spells, so I have no idea what spells Flare can cast, so we'll see. Oh, important note about general class splits, and you're going to hear this a lot if you're somebody who's not really familiar with some of the DDO lingo. You're going to hear people describe things as 18-1-1 or 12-6-2. The reason why people use those terminologies is because 18 is your primary class, and then 1-1 is 2 levels of 2 different classes. There's a lot of standards that are used for the ones: 1 rogue, 1 monk, 1 favored soul, 1 cleric, 1 fighter, 1 wizard. All of these things give a lot of benefit immediately upon taking that one single level. So you will see people kind of describe, you know, their like 1 level as one thing. So 18-1-1 is a bit of terminology you might want to get used to. Similarly, 12-6-2, that is 12 levels, so you get the 4th core of 1 tree. 6, so you can get the 6th core of another tree or some other ability. And then 2, usually rogue for evasion, is also very common. Or monk for evasion as well. So that lingo can help you out quite a bit.
Patrolling monsters have trampled paths.
All right, let's see. Flare, let's go.
Through the lush jungle.
Will Flare get the job done? I have no idea, but they have haste, which is kind of cool. And it lasts for 48 seconds, so let's see what happens.
5 haggard-looking halflings can be spied through the thick junk Red Willow. An important mission has been handed over to your party.
Oh my goodness, and then out of nowhere, Kaiju Care gifted out a sub to float on by. Thanks, that's very kind of you to do so. To gift somebody with the power of ad-free viewing.
Among them is a
My damage is going to be a little bit higher here, especially on critical hits, so hopefully it'll help me out when trying to kill some of these monsters, because I had issues with the trolls in Feywild, but I do not have the issues with the trolls here. Also, I just realized because I have a, I don't have a cleric hireling, this curse is going to be on me for 3 minutes, and I don't want that. I'm going to quickly fix that. Important note, drinking any potion gives me the liquid courage. If you want to make this cheaper, you can just drink the cheapest potion you can get, so just buy a bunch of level 1 potions and then drink those instead.
Each camp boasts well-armed patrols that scour the area for interlopers.
This quest is actually mildly dangerous because the giants have an ability called Overrun. When you get overrun by a giant, they basically knock you down with no save, and you just go under their foot. So it can be a little spooky. I cast it on Flare. Okay, hold on. Thank you for hasting me.
The sand shifts.
So we'll see how that
Reveal a
goes.
small brood of night scorpions.
As I said, most of my damage that I get is actually based on my critical hits because it took all the extra critical damage. So hopefully my critical hits will be plentiful and powerful. And it seems to be doing so far, or okay so far. There's also a lot of chests in this quest too, which is why I'm grabbing some of these because I really want the extra gold, because it matters a lot. Goodbye, Lily Wine. Rest in peace. Minotaur Berserker at level 5. Where's their Minotaur Berserker? The earliest level Minotaur Berserker I can think of is in the Depths chain. How's D? Ooh, is that a Con 4 shield with Death Block?
Goblin assassins peer hungrily from the dark corners.
Con 4 shield with Death Block's not bad. That's a pretty good shield. Hmm.
Hobgoblins have created a
Three Barrel
small
Cove.
warren.
Three Barrel Cove is a little bit higher level, but that would also work, yeah. Because the Minotaur Berserker in Three Barrel Cove is in a level 7 quest.
Hey Strim, Brian here. Remember when the
Sacred
giant
Helm.
tree in Pathfinder kept getting you, and the enemy team, with Overrun? Ah, good times.
Goblinoids
Yeah, that giant tree was madness. I'll have to go back there when I'm 20 levels higher. And I can actually handle fighting that thing. Also, I gotta say, Flare, you know what? He's just belting out damage. He's doing a great job. Maybe I should have just... This is one of the reasons why I wanted to play Sorcerer instead of Fighter. Because Sorcerer is really good.
All of the lost items Red Willow
But hey, you know what? I'll leave
returned
Flare.
to the halflings at Red Willow's camp.
Which is one of the reasons why I think that Nimeth is probably a little bit better, because she has a larger mana pool, so she doesn't run out of spell points quite as soon. But hey, it is what it is. Everything works out over here. You do both as an Eldritch Knight? Yeah, it would be very fighter adjacent. Honestly, an Eldritch Knight, a Warforged Eldritch Knight would just dumpster the whole game solo. So doing it as a fighter is at least a little bit more, I don't want to say challenging, because that's not the right term, but it has some differences in the gameplay. Okay, now I'm going to hand in everybody's effects. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go.
You have returned
These quests are not worth the greatest amount of experience, but as I said, they have a lot of chests in them, so I'm going to get a bunch of loot.
Red Willow's gate.
But yeah, this is where I'm worried about. There's the giants that come from this side to overrun, and the giants on the other side that also have overrun. And too much overrun is bad. Also, my hireling casts mostly fire damage. And again, that is scary because I don't deal very well with fire damage. So, or the hill giant hunters are immune. So it's not like he's going to be helping out that much. He does cast repair though, which is an interesting notice right there. I mean, it makes sense that the Warforged sorcerer would cast repair, but I had no idea before I bought it. All right.
Well fortified and guarded, you have found your way to the giant leader's.
Oh, giants.
You will need cunning to defeat.
Reminder, I can use Second Wind while crowd controlled. Even when I'm getting hit, I'm taking a lot of damage. I can still use Second Wind while crowd controlled. Even if I get knocked down, everything's okay. Let me keep my extra healing up. That's why I'm using my potions in combat, and we're good. I think I'm just too tanky. These guys just don't do enough damage, which is nice. 60 physical, 42 magical.
Over the goblin
Getting
tribe
it
is
done.
shattered.
Ooh, flowing boots. That's a constitution boot. Is right there. No, it's not. Speed dex. Not helpful, but it is an item that exists in the video game, and you can pick it up. Not exactly what I wanted, but hey, it's something. All right, which gives me a bunch of items. A caster bastard sword for higher levels. Very cool. Combat mastery 6. Ooh. You need balance 8. For improved, you need 4. Greater is 7. It's 2, 4, 7. Two, 4, 7. That's one of the reasons why taking the rogue makes it really easy, because at rogue level 1, you start with 4 balance, and then the second time you take your rogue level, you just put 3 more points into balance and you're done. Total your skill, how many points you put in? Ranks. Only ranks matter. Nothing else matters. For determining whether you can or can't take a feat. I'm gonna keep Flare. I think Flare did a great job.
stones in the walls in this mirror.
All right. The scraping of stone. Also, Flare is just wrecking these like ghouls that are around here. The ghoul. Get him, Flare. He's also just whipping spell points into the wall, so that's kind of cool. And beating up arcane skeletons. I don't know how much spell power or how much spell power Flare has, but Flare seems to do a good job.
The bloody pedestal groans with remembered agony.
Yeah, if you have 13 ranks, you have way more than enough. Like I said, you need 7. That's why multi-classing with single weapon fighting characters is so good, because if you don't get balance as a class skill, you can get it as a class skill from something else and then have high enough balance really easily without spending too many points. You can even go way above on balance, which is nice as well.
All around you, dry bones rattle and shiver in the dark. Ahead, more
I don't know if there's a chest in the other optional. I can't get in there anyway, but I also don't know. Alright, now I'm going to draw Blast or Flare to me, and then we're going to fight everything in here. Thank you for the haste, buddy. Appreciate that. He is now stunned. Also, I don't know what launched me, but something launched me to the side, which is very bizarre. I've never seen that happen before. Oh my god, second wind gets rid of curse? Dude. I just second winded my curse away. I was like, and my curse is gone. Amazing. Amazing. It's such a great ability. I'm so happy they added this in. Man, it's made this a lot easier. I was a little bit worried about the general experience of trying to level with, like, you know, a fighter on Hardcore League. Turns out, not too bad if they added a whole bunch of stuff that makes it a lot easier. So, pretty good. Grab Flare again. I think I will do some of the Feywild quests. I don't think this character is going to run into too many problems. The issue is not really needing most of the items that actually come out of the Feywild quests, but, you know, we'll figure that out as we go along. Alright, Flare, give us some move speed. Alright, this quest does have a trap in it, and I will show you how to avoid the trap, because I've seen many people die to this trap so far this Hardcore League. So first, I'm going to come in here, fight some skeletons. Skeletons. I know I'm not doing a whole lot by just like running around in a circle trying to hit whatever I can, but Flare does most of it anyway. That chest you can pick if you happen to have lockpicking. I do not, so I cannot open it. You need open lock or knock or whatever it is. Saying lockpicking reminds me of how lockpicking was a skill in Asheron's Call. One of the skills you could get. The old lockpick. I had that on my fighter. You could break into all sorts of stuff. Or not fighter, on my, like, melee. But there was no class in that game. It was just, you know, you had your skills and that was it. Removes stun. It does. So if you get into a bad way, you can just remove your stun from yourself. And I can do it 3 times a day. Very cool. My favorite part is that currently I have 55 repair amp, but when I drink a potion, it goes to 105. Alright, so how do you avoid the trap in this room? It kills you. There's like cold traps. You have to go up there and pull the lever. You're going to die. No, you're not. Hug the right wall. And that's it. That's how you avoid the trap in that room. You just don't go into the middle of the room. A lot of people don't know that. I've seen many people die to that trap. I feel bad. It's very easy to know. And now you know. So we can all work together on knowing how to get past that trap.
You have found the source of the wailing. But can you destroy it?
Oh my god. Die, please. Oh my god, I don't do any damage. Well, this is why you bring Flare. Apparently, you just bring the hireling Flare with you, and Flare will kill everything. So, this is what I'm learning. I don't even need to, like, fight the monsters. Flare. All right, so now we've done that, what do we do next? I'm going to pick up my end reward, just because I do want more gold. Because the more gold I get, the more freely I can spend it on many different things. Also, the less hesitant I will be to drink potions. I've been still avoiding drinking potions all the time. Level 9 weapon for more money. Sounds good. Do the DDO wiki give a breakdown of different hirelings? It has all the hirelings. I think it has the description. I think there's like a chart. What would you need to prepare? Death block, house P buffs for every resistance, and blocking vine blights. So when you see the thing come up on your screen that says like you are being knocked down, you like hold block, and it prevents that from happening. So you need to be aware that you can block that. Yeah, I really need to replace the spear blocks out of bracers. If I find fortification bracers, I'll put them on. Again, I'm not doing entirely solo self-found. I will check the auction house when I have platinum to check the auction house. I just don't have any right now. Don't says want to chug potions all the time. Well, yeah, but I'm. What do you want me to do? Just make platinum? Just invent it? Just like reach into the void and pull platinum out so I have more potions? Check my mail then? Why would I check my mail? Oh, that is what I should do. Okay, gotcha. Okay. 6s. I think I will go do the rest of the Feywild ones that I think I can do easily. Actually, I can do Bounty Hunter and not Camp Bounty Hunter, Cage Trolls and the 2.5 SP. I'll do the 2.5 SP because they're pretty good. Running out of a quest. Connector disease, Deathblock, and Resonance spell power. Hey, Sonic spell power is not bad on a wizard. By the time you get to that level, you've got Shout, and Shout is a fortitude save. Lumps of coal. Ah, I see. Nah, I'm just gonna wait till my mailbox gets full. Solves that problem. Once the mailbox gets full, it's just way easier. And to Inquisitor Nomon, he says, hey, go kill those people. Don't ask questions. And I go, yeah, no problem. Also something that was pointed out to me, because this is something I didn't know. If you come into this tavern, you'll see two individuals chatting here. One about the bankers, and then, you know, you know you're lazy to bankers, they'll prove our laziness, but it doesn't matter. And they're having a conversation. This is foreshadowing. This is Vila, who is the red dragon in Vault of Night, and the head of the guys or whatever that are leading the Vault of Night. Just chilling right here. So the two bosses of the raid. They're in town. And they're talking about their plans. You wouldn't know that, but you can know that. These two. I don't know them that well? Yep, so we'll do these two. Purg the Heretics and Cogged Trolls. So, these quests are very easy. This one is loaded with traps. How do you get past traps? You jump and you use movement speed. So I have house P buffs, so I have lots of jump, so I can just go out here and smash all these guys to bits. Get out of here, peasants. The elves have bought our protection. Intruder, flee or die. So what you do, I'm gonna get haste here. So haste, great. So there's an acid trap right here. Jump the acid trap. Then there's a fire trap. Guess what? Jump the fire trap. The best part about that is the monsters run through it and take tremendous amounts of damage. So if you want, just use the fire trap. Just stand right here. Look at them. Look at them burn. Look at these guys. They're burning. Stealth Priest is too powerful and apparently does not like to get hit by the trap, but, you know, it is what it is. You think Fighter is the best way? No, Fighter's probably the worst way. Cleric, Favorite Soul, Sorcerer, Wizard, Barbarian, Paladin. All, I would say, are better than Fighter. Artificer. Why did I listen to these foolish elves? I don't know, dude. Great question. Anyway, that's how you do this quest. You just run to the end and kill everybody. I also like how it says slaughter, not kill, but specifically slaughter because you're doing something bad. Important note, in this quest, you're killing good people. So these are members of the Sovereign Host. So members of the Sovereign Host are good. You're killing a good paladin and a good cleric. You're literally committing a crime. You're just killing a bunch of innocent people. If you've never read the quest description for this quest, you might not understand exactly why, because you're following the direction of the Priest of the Silver Flame, whose name is Nomon. You might know Inquisitor Nomon as the guy who is actually a Rakshasa working for the Lords of Dust. Inquisitor Nomon seems to be a trustworthy type. Exactly. Ranger, also I would say is better. What's better, Dark Apostate or Cleric? Take coolness into consideration. Cleric. In my opinion. I think Cleric's a better Cleric than Dark Apostate. But I have seen some crazy Dark Apostates do some crazy stuff. And you talk to him, he goes, smiles as you recount the Bloody Destruction. Yes, it sounds like we eradicated this cult just in time. As harmless as these Sovereign Host worshippers may seem, they draw believers away from the flame. You have served me well. It's just a better sword. I mean, the shocking swords, I don't know why I've only found 3 bastard swords. All of them are electric. But you know what? I will take the electric keen bastard sword. It just comes back. All right. So let's go to caged trolls as well. This one's pretty easy. I'll show you how to get through this one without dealing with the traps. No problemo. I think of other quests that I can do that are pretty straightforward. But a lot of the ones that I'm thinking about doing have Dispel Magic. All the ones in the 12 have Dispel Magic, which is really annoying. It be because Artificers use an electric spell? Possibly. But they can just as easily do anything else. But now this is a +3 sword, so it does even more damage. Plus it looks cool. In this one, always go for the Acolytes first and the Apprentices because they cast Sleet Storm, which is really annoying. Like that. And Sleet Storm will cause dramatic problems to your character. You want to avoid that when at all possible. Right. And those trap up here. This one's pretty straightforward on how to avoid. Don't run into the acid beams. I don't really have to explain that one, but Flair's probably going to show you what I mean by running into the acid beams. Same thing, there's going to be 2 monsters that spawn. The most important thing is the Human Necromancers, Arcane Skeletons second. The Human Necromancers are what's going to kill you first. I'm ignoring these because Human Necromancer, again, very dangerous. And Flair went into the acid beam. As I said, he's very good at this. Poor Flair. So, don't do what Flair did. Where did he even die? Oh, he went here. I gotta say, that's a pretty good trap. Like, I feel like that's a big waste of acid. Like, look how much acid they actually have to spray to keep the troll in its place. That's so much acid. If it's magically generated, I guess it's not a big deal. But, yeah. Like, Flair can relate. Exactly. Ooh, a trap? Gotta get into that. Alright, cool. You don't actually have to pull the lever. This is for the extra chest. The door opens on its own. Okay, so how exactly do you get through this next section? Oh my god. I need Flair. Flair, help me do damage to the skeletons. I really need to get a bludgeoning weapon for these. Alright, so there's going to be spike traps that will come up. As I walk forward, they'll eventually pop. Like so. They don't hit you when you first go through, so you can just kind of run through them. This lever turns off these spike traps. So if you want, you can bank left and turn them off. Just be aware when you do that, when you pull the lever, it summons a Necromancer here, so you have to deal with it. So now there's this trap. There's a blade trap right here. How do you deal with it? Strap on a shield, run through. That's it. Strap on a shield and run through. With a shield, you'll only take 1 hit, and you can heal on the other side. If you haven't learned this lesson yet, have a heavy shield in your inventory and lock it so you can always put it on whenever you enter a quest, because heavy shields are heavy good. Fighter is good if you know what you're doing. I mean, yeah, Important note, if you're watching this experience and you're like, wow, Strim, you're kind of like bodying the game on Fighter. It's because I already know what's happening. I know what's coming in the future. All right, Flare, don't run into the fire. I'm begging you, buddy. Don't do it. Don't go straight into the blaze. You can go around the flames. Oh, perfect. He can. If you dismiss a hireling and collaborator, it fails the quest. Yep, I've done that on stream before. Fun times. I don't know if Fighter plus Shield helps you eat stupid mistakes. True. Yep. And he's dead. And that's it. That's caged trolls. That's how you get through that one. Not too bad. Grimnall was slain by Ancient Magma Brute. Rip. Rip Grimnall. I don't know who that is. But they are very dead. Alright. Next, I'm going to go actually do a little bit of Feywild. Before I go out there, I only have 25 minutes on my house B-bus. I'm going to do like quite a few quests, so I'm just going to go buy them again. Actually, I can't. I got to sell some stuff. Actually, I can. All I need to do is roll low on my gold roll prediction right out now. If you want to win some sunflies, you can win some sunflies by throwing them away into the gold roller. That's right. Gold roller. Wow. Okay. Get rid of this, and I don't need this bastard sword. I don't need this older bastard sword. I already have death blocks, so I didn't need those anymore. Deadly 4. I'm tempted to put on the Deadly 4 goggles because I feel like I would rather have the damage than the hit chance right now. Flask in, only half. I mean, yeah. Putting in half of your flasks every time is definitely an aggressive strategy. I like what Bobby does, where he puts 69, 69 on 69. That way, you know, sometimes he wins and sometimes he loses, but it's always nice, so. Did I get all of the quests? I did. All right, level 6s. Which ones do I actually want to do? We'll do the windmill quest, because the windmill quest is pretty fun, and I can show you how to do the windmill quest quickly and easily. It involves not really using a hireling, so I'm going to be summoning Flare, but putting them on passive, because I don't think I need them. Actually, do I even need them at all? No, I don't think so. The windmill quest can also drop a docent, which is quite good. So I'll try to get a docent from that quest as well. Do the windmill quest, probably end up doing quid pro quo. Do I want to do quid pro quo and die to griffins? No. Do I want to do Ice Mount Curse and die to something? What does Ice Mount Curse even have? Nothing good? No, nothing good. Ice Mount Curse, Thorn Right, Immortality Lessons drops a helmet with 10 melee power. And Needle in a Face Stack is very annoying when you don't have a stun. I'll just do a few of these. Not too many. Alright, here is the fast Knight Who Grind Windmill. There are 3 spawns for where the Topiary Lion spawns. I'm going to show you where they are so you can get them as quickly as possible. It's better to have Intimidate so you can control where the windmill goes. It is very helpful. What do I get out of Witch Hunt that I actually need? Whoa! Whoa, I can't hit them! What the heck is going on? What was that? I was like attacking the ravens and nothing was hitting. Weird. Same as the flask. I dumped my flask in the opposite of what we voted for. Here you go.
The night whispers to you. Talk to me about to your surprise, spindly legs rise in the dark.
Okay, so you just want to hit the windmill to get aggro on it. To plan around for where it's going. And I want to find the lion and dump it in front of the lion. It's probably not going to hit, but I'm going to try to body block here. Gonna get it in, which was good. Okay, so now we got to run all the way to the end of the room, and I'm going to try to dump it on top of this lion here. So this one, I just needed to walk towards me. Perfect. So it's walking into there, which is good. Getting knocked down very bad, though. Not because of the damage, I just want to make it over here. And the third lion always spawns right here. So I try to get to this side, and I'm done. A buckler? I don't really want a buckler. And kablamo. That is how you do this quest in 1 minute and 40 seconds. You just get the first lion, second lion, third lion. If you get hit at all by the windmill, and it knocks you back, Cloak of Autumn.
A reward.
She continues.
But
How did I get 2 cloaks out of Feywild?
if you'd like to help a little further.
Oh.
I fear the culprits
Oh.
still nearby.
Anyway, I guess I'm happy I got an item. Yeah, I don't really want the guard breaking buckler. It's not a large shield, and I have been a champion of the power of the large shield today. Well, at least I got an item. Thank you, Sir Faithful Guest. Well, it's all bad. Sometimes you gotta analyze, do a quick analysis of the items that are present before your face, and realize you want none of them. Do it again? I don't want to do it again. One's enough. I'm gonna kill Bloody Boots Boris here. Get another treasure chest, some XP, and nothing. I don't really want to do it again. As I said before, farming items is boring, so I don't really want to do that.
A vast tree
I don't really need it.
upward to the sky.
Like, would the docent have been nice? Sure. Would the knockdown or the stone skin ring been nice? Sure. Actually, that stone skin ring is really good. Oh man, that stone skin ring. Oh baby. I'm going to be summoning Nimeth Celebel here. Might seem counterintuitive, but half the monsters in this dungeon are immune to fire. So bringing a fire sorcerer into a dungeon where almost everything is immune to fire, probably not the smartest idea I've ever had. Which is why I didn't have it.
Weak reeds are not welcome.
Oh, somebody's fighting the Maleficent Cabal. Yep. That is the House Fjarlin Carnival chain. Spooky quest chain gets us all, you know, can be quite difficult. Okay, Nimeth is taking damage. I'm coming, Nimeth. I'll save you. Never mind, she killed everybody. And this is why you bring Nimeth. Yeah, small problem is the most likely guess, in my opinion. Pull the hireling in, just to make sure she's here, start up the fight, and we're good to go. Usually what kills you in this quest is elemental damage. There are a lot of fire elementals that will spawn. Fortunately for me, I am perfectly okay fighting fire elementals. I don't care too much about that. The air altar also, yes, the air altar is terrifying. If you don't have somebody there ahead of time, and you instead do it in order, you'll be having a bad time. And now we gotta kill the elementals. Fortunately, Nimeth is great at killing elementals. Important note, you might be like, wait a minute. So are you saying the strategy to solo is just pick the hirelings that can do the quests for you? And the answer is, yeah, that works. Did she burn through a bunch of mana? Sure. Is she killing everything? Sure. Look at those kills, man.
Dryad joins the fray herself.
She's seriously getting the job done. Super fast quest. Which makes me wonder why I'm not doing more quests out here in the Feywild, but yeah, whatever. Alright, I can use every item out of this quest.
Through a pile of brambles,
All of
picking
them.
out the largest and sharpest thorns. Surely this is the thorn right.
Earth-warded bracers of Intimidate.
Crafted a magic needle for Hirsum.
Oh well.
A needle that now contains Hirsum's immortality.
Do I need immortality
The
lessons?
satyrs then
Quest
took
is
that
easy. I'm just trying to think if there's anything I want out of immortality lessons. Cold iron bracers, helmet. Orb I don't want. Armor piece I can't use. I don't think I need it. I'm skipping it, I think. Gold Seal Strimling? Yeah, just bring him along with you. When Wave comes in, you can definitely tell this newer quest. The mobs are so much more tankier and hit harder. Yeah. Heroism Augment? Yeah, I can just drink potions. Not a big deal. Oh, hey, it's a level 32. What are they doing out here? Farming quests? Wow. Is that favor check? That's a favor check right there. All right. Instead, I'm going to do the last quest in the 3-Barrel Cove. That is level 6, and then I'm going to move on. It is the Troglodytes Get, a quest that has monsters that cast slow and hold monster, which are the Troglodyte Warlocks. They're very dangerous. However, I am a Warforged, so I don't have to deal with any of that. Oh, yeah. Is avoiding work? I mean, maybe. Who am I to judge? Who am I to judge about what that level 32 is doing? They're probably just excited, because in an hour and 10 minutes, the level 32 is going to be running level 32 Reaper mode, which is kind of cool. They're going to be running Reaper 4 and doing a whole bunch of quests, advancing and progressing their way through the video game. I mean, that's... You ever wanted to be number 1 on the leaderboard? Well, that's how you do it. Speaking of number 1 on the leaderboard, I need to buy those Traveler's Trunks, because I forgot about them. Oh, God. How do I find the trunks? Travelers... dude. I don't know how to spell travelers. Is it just one L? Travelers Trunks. Oh, yeah. How many of these should I buy? 3? 4? Buy 4. That sounds good. And if you die, you're going to be mad? True. If I do die, I will be big mad. Oh, yeah, I'd be so mad if I died in this quest. That'd be funny. Oh, gold roll? Sure, good idea. Hello, everybody. Did you know this is a live stream where you can predict on whether I'm going to do well or poorly in my gold roll? That's right, that is that exact very live stream. So if you would like to see me gold roll and roll high, make sure you put in your predictions regularly. But I am definitely going to be winning something amazing right now, today. Let's see what we got on Gold Roll Central. It is 53. That is a 53. Big 53. Ooh. So, congratulations to all those of you who won. So, sad times to all those of you who didn't. 53. But these guys cast slow and hold monster. Fortunately, I'm immune. So, you're going to see that little, like, blue squiggle that says immune go off all the time. So is my other Warforged companion. He's also immune. So, we're in the clear. Huge return. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. 209k. That's a lot of sun flasks. I learned that there's 64.9 million sun flasks out there in the world. That's right. 64.9 million. With an M. Shit, dude. A lot of unspent flasks.
No, my points. I'm never going to financially recover from this.
No, you won't. Also, I think I missed eggs in the first room. I'm gonna have to go back, and the hireling doesn't have dimension doors, so I'm gonna have to do that sooner before I go all the way down. The shamans are actually interesting. They cast fear spells, which I'm not immune to, which is more dangerous than the other spells. The trunks, the XP pots, everything. For 900 points, you get 100 astral shards, 5 experience point potions, and a bunch of other stuff. Important note, each of the experience point potions themselves cost like 800 gold or 800 points. So you get 5 of them, which is 4,000 points worth of value for 1,000, and then you get astral shards and other stuff. Yeah. So 5 potions, 5 boosts, 5 or Slayer boosts, 5 remnant boosts, 50 hands, astral shards, and then the Omni spell dust and the stones. I'm just double checking to make sure I didn't miss anything. That'd be embarrassing. No, we're good. So for me, it's just cheap XP potions. So for 4,000 DDO points, I got 25 XP potions, as well as a bunch of other stuff, and major Slayer boosts. Who knows, maybe I'll do Slayers and Epics with this character, because I bought them. Important note, I'm not going to be using the XP potions on this character. I'm just buying them for the future. Still learning after 15 years? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Take care, QVM. Sleep well. Hopefully you wake up in the morning feeling good and refreshed. Raring and ready to go. I feel like having just a series where I run through the game solo is actually just such a great idea because I get to talk about all those weird, minute little tricks that I happen to know things about that most people might not. Just died. Thoughts on Single Weapon Fighter Maverick? You died? Did I miss it? Oh, you did. Ethelwolf. Oh, rip. By Newell Barrett. R.I.P., dude. Maverick Hunter? Maverick Hunter is great for Hardcore League. Warforged is very defensive. As you can see, the number of times something will pop up that I'm completely immune is very good. Single weapon fighting, also very good. Big fan. The hardest thing, getting a rune arm. So you just want to make sure you get yourself a Stronti's hand cannon. Some people might have them to spare, so you can probably ask in guild to see if anybody has one. Or just farm it out. You need a rune arm, but other than that, you're going to be good. Stay Valera in PoE as Purifying Flame Templar. That depends. If you're going crit, I usually will work with Alira. If I'm going non-crit, I will kill all the bandits, generally. Yeah. And it's like I said, this is going to have also tips and tricks as to how to get through some of these things by yourself. So I don't know why, but my tongue is like getting in the way. So if my speech sounds weird, it's because for some reason my tongue just keeps being in between these two teeth here, and I don't know why it's doing that. Or not two teeth, on the left, like in between my teeth on the left side. It is not going exactly where I want it to. I don't know if it's because my tongue is swollen or what. It's just weird. You just learned of Nimeth? Bro, Nimeth is amazing. Your life has just changed then, if you just learned about Nimeth. As I said, this room, by the way, is unbelievably scary if you're not completely immune to holds, because you will get held in this room, even if you have a plus 20 on your save. The trick is use a bow and arrow and shoot it right down the middle, pull most of the troglodytes over here, and then come and kill these warlocks separately.
Sputtering, greasy slime, the last of the troglodytes' eggs.
She was always there, dude. She was there all along.
Are destroyed.
Alright, I'm gonna go to Feywild to level up. I'm done with 6s. No more 6s. Only 7s. Hi, Fighterling Trainer. What's up? Pero full Dubin. Right. So now, I'm going to take Weapon Focus, a feat I should have taken a very long time ago. Weapon Focus Slashing. Wonderful. Now that I have Weapon Focus Slashing, I'm going to respec this because I want to get the damage here. Actually, I'm going to wait till I get Weapon Specialization to respec for the extra damage. And I'll just spend my points on Opportunity Attack when I get the chance. That's probably a better idea. Oh, all right. Put away the trunks. Oh, good idea. 15% elemental resistance multiplicator for additive. It's additive. But just remember that it's basically 45% resistance because it's 15 fire and cold and lightning. Why did I come down here? Oh, somebody put these down here? No, I guess that's convenient. I'm already here. I usually go to the first floor, but I forgot. All right, there. I put them in the bank. Are you happy now, Ludacris? Doing TOEE? Honestly, probably. I don't see a problem with doing Temple of Elemental Evil. Does sound kind of dumb, but, you know, it's my MO. I'm actually going to go finish off all the quests that were out there in Three Barrel Cove real quick. Just blast them out. So I'm going to go pick up some stuff and get them sorted. I just need a new hireling. Did you just get a divine orb? Sounds like you got a divine orb, and you're very excited about that. Let's see. Flare's over. You know what? I'm just going to stick with Nimeth. I think Nimeth's going to do a good job. I'm going to grab another one. Trunks in the bank? Yeah, I did. Quid pro quo. Good name. Level monk. 10-minute metamorph? Yeah, I was thinking about doing metamorph because I'm such a good boss killer on my totem build. I've never done it. So maybe later on in the league, I might buy like 100 orbs of unmaking and redo the whole tree. Do they give you a reset? Like a whole tree reset or no? Am I just pretending like the game will be anything like Diablo 2? That'd be cool. If they gave you one Atlas tree reset, that'd be great. You get lots of orbs. Yeah, but I don't get 100 orbs. Oh, true. You do get reset points from doing Mavens. Yeah, true. I turned off Metamorph, so I can't actually find Metamorphs in the map. No Metamorph, no Harvest. I know Harvest is good. I just don't understand Harvest that well. These goes to 200 orbs. Yeah. The crafting process is too much for my small brain. Because I have to dodge. Actually, I think the new league mechanic is just too punishing. I think you just take too much damage to your resolve.
Deep into the rock behind this waterfall.
How do you turn them off? How do I turn what off?
The feel of this
Oh, like the
place is
things? In the Atlas, right near the start of the Atlas, there's a section where you can turn off mods you don't want. So it's on the Atlas passive tree. So right at the beginning, you just go straight up from the beginning, and there's two different wheels. The left wheel turns off stuff on the right side of the tree, and the right wheel turns off stuff on the left side of the tree. Get him, Nimeth. Yeah. Yeah, she's doing 100 damage. I'll just take that. Yeah. Also, since you can sell the harvest like resources, it's not too bad. Again, the problem is my totems are really not that great at wave clear. They're much better at boss killing. Because the monsters, like when there's too many monsters, they kill my totems. Yeah, they do a thing that is like turn off. It'll be like, you can no longer find harvests in your maps, but you get plus 2% chance to find everything else. So I think the base chance for anything to spawn in your map is like 4% or something like that. So if you turn off one mechanic, then you lose like 4%. You gain 18% because you have 9 other mechanics that are now more likely. So you're basically always supposed to turn off, I think it's 5 or 6 mechanics to get the highest chance of adding new things into each map. I'm not sure on the exact math. Oh, you find the artifacts by beating the Sanctum.
A grating whisper drifts.
Horses from the Borderlands account wide. Just asking, it took so long to get 15 feathers. They're server wide. So all characters on that server will always be able to get that mount. So if you're playing on Hardcore League, all characters on Hardcore can have that mount. If you're playing on a regular server, all characters in a regular server will get that mount. Important note, it's only on that server. So if you transfer to another server, you do not have it. And when Hardcore, when you're playing Hardcore, it resets. So if you have a mount on Hardcore League right now, next Hardcore, you'll start with no mounts again. However, you earn a mount by playing Hardcore. If you get 3,000 favor right now on the Hardcore League, you earn a mount. That's a permanent unlock, and that is account-wide. So the Hardcore mount, because you just collect it from the vendor, you can collect as many as you want, which makes it a lot easier. Just keep that in mind. It's a cool pro gamer move. You're ignoring Sanctum? Oh, that's weird. I like the Sanctum. Make a lot of stuff out of it. Make a lot of money. But again, I'm playing a totem build, so it's like cheating. You're helping a lot? Hey, that's literally what I do. That's the reason why people watch my channel. I'd like to pretend that I'm mildly entertaining, and that I can make it as some type of entertainer, comedian, TV personality, that sort of thing. But at the end of the day, I have a niche skill. I understand an old video game pretty well, and so people come to me for advice. And that's what it's all about. Do what you know. You know what? Don't ever try to explore new ideas, new territories, things you don't know how to do. Stay in your lane, do what you know. That's what I've learned from this lesson. All right, Nimeth, fight the oozes. Fight them. Easy, but now the bosses per stage is doubled. I can't make it to the second floor. They add a lot of bosses. Yeah, 100%. The guards. And the guards get more health, and they get faster. And they do more stuff. The further you get, the more guards you have to deal with on every floor. It gets annoying. Especially when you have, like, the minus movement speed effects and other stuff. Ugh. Okay, so here, what is the most dangerous monster? It's the Arcane Blackbone. And I'm in Sleet Storm. Uh-oh. Get to this. Okay, get rid of the Sleet Storm. Get Arcane Blackbone gone. The Arcane Blackbone is the most dangerous thing because it casts Ball Lightning among other spells. I have elemental resistance, so it's not so bad, but it can be dangerous. But the Sleet Storms were also very bad. So again, this is another situation where you want to just shoot the guys and pull them away.
The lock on the door here
Mildly entertaining?
but you
That's all it
might be
takes.
able to open it with
Mildly
the proper
entertaining.
key.
I will take it. I accept that. It's like a badge of honor.
A chest gleams in the frozen light. This is Grey Garl's lock. As the chest opens, a frigid wind sucks.
All right, get them out of here, bad guys.
Old Grey Garl
But yeah, that's why I always answer people's questions, and I do what I can to just be generally helpful, and I will continue to do that into the future until it becomes no longer financially motivating. Not motivating, but, you know, sustainable, at which point I'll, I don't know, go do something else. I mean, with an expert at DDO, I can do anything. Like, dig ditches. Yeah. Yep. I got a thing, and it was like, it was one of those accursed pacts. And it was like, oh, so you get the boon. Enemies have 30% less health, but then you have to get a minor affliction. I was like, well, I'll trade it. Most minor afflictions are not too bad. And I traded it, and so I got the boon. Enemies have 30% less health. What affliction did I get? Enemies have 30% more health.
The Lady Luck met a hurricane, and there.
What would you say is the fastest way to get a fighter past life? PDK to 30 or anything else to 20? PDK to 30. 15 to 30 is way faster than 1 to 20. And what fighting style? Probably two-handed fighting, because you clear through monsters. True. Very true. I think there's a lot of truth in that. Yeah, if I was too entertaining, I'd be, like, distracting. But I'm not distracting, which is good. You can focus. Keep your eyes on the prize. Anyway, smash all the stuff. Trying to think. So there's several traps in here. I'm going to show you how to get through these. But there's quite a few ways to do it. This chest is trapped in that you get attacked by scorpions. I want the loot, so I'm going to go and fight the scorpions. Important note, the scorpions are not that dangerous. It's just you usually don't care about getting an extra chest. I do. I do care about getting an extra chest because I don't have a lot of platinum. Important note, obviously, you don't have to play the game solo without using any outside influence. This is just for those that, you know, aren't sure what to do when they have no resources. If you're sitting on your account with like 1 million platinum on one of your characters, you're like, yeah, I wish I could get better at soloing. This can still help you. Just spend your money on, you know, good resources. Buy all the potions. Go to the auction house and get gear. You know, whatever it is. Maybe farm out a good gear set ahead of time. Just tell you what, if I had a full Feywild set right now, ooh, this would be faster. Get him, Nimeth. Get him. Get him. Oh, never mind. They got her. Gotcha.
You have found the first piece of the idol of Hallows.
All right. So now, let's get the next piece. Oh, this is also how to do this quest, by the way. If you're like, oh, how do I run through this quest? This is the exact path that you follow to get through this quest. This is the fastest way to do it. If you can split up, you can send people in other directions. But if you're solo, this is the fastest way to run through this quest, which is why I always run through this quest this way, because usually whenever I do this one, I'm the only person that knows how to do it.
Added mosaic here leads to the end of the drawbridge.
If you have Dimension Door, it's also faster.
Below.
So you want to come down off the bridge, because by doing the puzzle in that exact way, by having the puzzle go over the ledge and power up the bridge, it lowers the bridge, but you have to go get what's underneath the door here. Probably should take a look at that. That door is usually closed. Anyone know offhand how to get a Deathblock augment in-game? I know I know it's level 12, but the Ravenloft augment trader doesn't have it? Yes. So what you do, you go here. I think it's Deathblock. Right there. So you get it in-game. But yeah, so you just send it over into puzzle this, and you want to get it over the ledge, which opens the door down there. So that's what you want to do. I wish there was another way to get a Deathblock augment. There isn't. So this chest is trapped with an exploding fire trap. Don't go loot it unless you have the ability to disable traps. The trap box is like right here. But this only goes off once you open it. It's the furnace that explodes. I don't know how, but it does. All right. So I've said this before, and I will say it again. But this is where jump comes in, and also elemental resistances. Also have a shield. I don't have evasion. Take your time. Feather falling helps. Jump helps. Float over. Take your time. Measured steps. Don't rush too much. You're probably going to get hit once or twice. Also, watch out for this flame jet here, because if you jump up too high, you're going to get hit by this one. Walk underneath, jump. Over this corner, jump. Same thing here. Over this corner, jump. And then pull the lever. Don't get too close, because if you run up here to pull it, you're going to get burned by the fire. So just stand back, pull the lever, and you're done. And then you head back up the other way. That's how you get through that without getting hit by any of the traps. A lot of patience, a lot of waiting, and preparatory time. Jump. Feather falling. Movement speed. I will keep saying jump, feather fall, movement speed every time. How do you set these wheels? Blue, upside down wheelchair, right there. Green is set to the lightning bolt. Purple is set to the N. This is N right here. And then red is set to this. I don't have a name for this. I call this one the squiggly lines because it doesn't look like anything to me. It's the only one I can't call something.
Nearly complete. Only one piece left to find.
N? That's an elephant? It's not. It's an N. I live in the reality, sir. It's an N. N. Yeah, some people call things with different names. That's why I don't mind sharing the names that I use. It's easy to remember. Apparently no one else used, and I still call them that in your head? Yep. 100%.
The idol of Halach's head is
Alright, so now I got the key from the treasure chest, which lets me open this door. So now where do we go to finish this off? Right back up here. Some people also call it house. How would somebody call it a house? That's so funny. How long would it take to farm a nebula fragment? You could get it on your first pull. You could loot the chest and pull the nebula fragment just like that. You won't, but you could. It's technically possible. It's within the realm of possibility.
Idol rests upon its pedestal, complete again. Well done.
A lightning bolt comet fall? I think we're like a lightning bolt, because it's like a lightning bolt coming down and then there's like corona of electricity that kind of pops out.
It now
I imagine it.
serves to separate pirate
Jack Gibbers versus Nebula Fragment. The Nebula Fragment's way rarer than the Jack Gibbers. Name symbols on the wheels are called something different for server to server and person to person. It's amazing. I love it. All right, now that I have the extra points, I'm going to take Opportunity Attack. Opportunity Attack is amazing. What this does is it's an attack that does some damage, but it also gives me 20 melee power. I want to be using this literally all the time. It is very, very, very good. Move some of these buttons over here. I want to pretty much always open with this. 20 melee power is 20% more damage. Really, really powerful ability. Where do I go? Sevens. Tear of Deccan, I guess. Sounds good. Do I do a Tear of Deccan and a Gwylans stand run without doing traps? Alright, I'm down. Trapless Gwylans stand? Yeah, I can do that. And a fragment persists, you're responding to a support ticket. Depends on what your ticket is about. Well, I keep chewing on my tongue. I don't like it. I did something to it. Usually it's not a problem, but for today, apparently it's a major problem. Yeah, the Nebula Fragment is a very, 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 very rare item. I think it's the rarest item in the game by like a pretty wide margin. There's nothing that really compares to the Nebula Fragment. Should I repair my weapon? Nah. Are there oozes? Not where I'm going. All right. Tear of Deccan. You need fire resistance. You need the ability to get rid of exhaustion. If you've got that, you're good. I have 25 minutes on my house fee bus, so we're in the clear. This quest also has a lot of traps, or not traps, chests in it, which is very nice. I also want to be using a shrine in here to get some of my stats back. Gibbers? Gibbers is much, much more common than the Nebula Fragment.
Dank water drips on you from the moss hanging above.
So, Opportunity Attack, and then I use Whirlwind, and I'm already hitting for like way more damage. Now my damage is like 50 per strike. I'll take it. Opportunity Attack basically just gives you a buff for 6 seconds of extra melee power, and apparently it doesn't work when I miss, and I don't even hit the target. 3! And the damage is very high. Gibbers on your first pull. Wow, dude. That's awesome. It's very lucky. Most people never even see the Black Blade of Jack Gibbers. Are they worth the effort? Some of the artifacts from the Nebula Fragment are the best in the game. So, for example, there's no better monk artifact than the Jits Tetka. So, you know, you always want to be using Jits Tetka. And if you say, wow, Jits Tetka isn't that good, that's just straight up copium. You've got some of that Diablo 4 copium going on. Like, you managed to get into the supply. Because that is major copium. There are a lot of like weird and bad artifacts from it as well. So like, for example, and really niche ones. So like charged gauntlets can be very good depending on your build because of the amount of lightning damage they apply per hit. Yeah, there's quite a few. There's quite a few good ones, though. Also, the Perfected Bloodstone is one of the worst items in the game. It's literally not better than the non-perfected version, but it requires a Nebula Fragment. Perfected Dragon's Eye, also pretty good. Also, Perfected Red Dragon Helm is, again, one of the best items in the game, so... Get out of here, Avernus Battle Rager. Or like Avernus Bozo. Am I right? Give me my treasure. I'm just gonna be drinking potions like a madman. Oh, fun fact about drinking potions like a madman. When you use a potion, you get the healing effect first. So you get the healing effect, or sorry, you get like the Liquid Courage buff before you actually get the healing applied to you. It's the animation that causes the buff to be applied. Oh. Oh, destroyed! Get out of here, Arazag Core Bowman. Jerk. for 100 times worse than the Dino Bone artifacts? There's arguments for both. They're both very good, right? Because they provide different effects. But the, like, Dino Bone artifacts are not nearly as prohibitively expensive in terms of, like, the amount of time investment to get one. And they're also much more flexible because at least you can, like, use a bone picker on one of your artifacts. So if you get a Mythic 3 Reaper Dino Bone ring, you know, that's just going to be good always, because if you want to change it up, you can just use a bone picker and pull your Dino Bone stuff out of it. Pick your 4th unique. Nice. That's congrats, dude. Congrats have a chance for 2 chests that contain named items. Does getting an optional chest affect your chance on the end chest? No. Could you imagine if they did that? What a horrible system. If you get loot, you're less likely to get more loot. It's just an extra layer of RNG on the RNG. But yeah, I wouldn't say that 100 times worse. I think that in some cases they can be worse, for sure. Like, you know, I like the Jits Tetka, but I'm not out here defending the Twisted Talisman. Or the Perfected Twisted Talisman. Or the Perfected, the Goggles from Chronoscope. Which are actually not that bad, but, like, I'm not here saying they're the best artifact in the whole game. In fact, especially not with the new goggles. The,
Waits at the end of this hall, descending further into the depth.
Evocation Focus, Insightful Evocation Focus, Quality Spell Focus, Wisdom Goggles. Oh, buddy, those are good goggles.
Yourself in a cavern instead of the familiar sewers.
RNG stands for really not good. RNG stands for Random Number Generator. So people describe, like, the concept of saying something is RNG makes no sense. Like, it doesn't make sense grammatically, but the way that people use it colloquially is to say that, like, oh, there's a lot of RNG involved, as in there's a lot of random rolls that are involved in a certain system. So, you know, the odds, like, imagine a chest that has a 1 in 10 chance of spawning that can drop 10 different items, so you have a 1 in 10 chance of getting what you want when the chest drops. It's RNG on RNG. No, I think some people actually just don't know what RNG is. So I think it's an okay question to ask. I don't know why, but I am chomping on my tongue right now, and it is affecting my ability to talk. Wow. I need, like, a paralysis agent. What the heck? But yeah, good luck on your Nebula Fragment farm. I know people that have looted thousands of chests and haven't pulled one. There is I know a barbarian who ransacked every chest in the entirety of Feywild for 2 months straight and gave up. So, good luck. Is there a method to make a Nebula Fragment? Yes, you can trade star fragments for it. That is the recommended way or the way I would recommend you take to get your Nebula Fragment.
RNG, do you mean radioactive noble gas?
No. Although the idea of a radioactive noble gas is very funny. Because noble gases, the whole point of a noble gas is that it's unreactive. But then it's radioactive? Whoa? What? Does this build speed up at any time? What do you mean speed up at any time? What does that mean? Do you mean do I get faster? I don't have like a movement speed bonus as a fighter. Fighters don't get higher movement speed. Pulled 3 since Saltmarsh's release. Yep. I have pulled 1 Nebula Fragment in all my time of playing DDO. My guild as a whole, I think, has pulled 5 Nebula Fragments total. I'm just checking for stuff. Wow, really? Really? Oh my god. Annoying! I'm gonna die if I just stand here. I gotta go fight everything. I went for the lever, but as I was over top of it, my game unselected the lever for no reason, and now I am here. Not for no reason. I just don't know what the reason is. But for some reason I do not know, the game just decided to not select the lever right before I went to use it, even though I had it hard targeted. So that's cool. Yeah, like this is what I tried to do, which is jump over it and use it, which I've done many times. But the game was like, nah, you don't want to do that, dude. That's silly. And I was like, yeah, dude, that is what I want to do. You find one and give it? Yes, I have given one away. There is movement speed, I just didn't take it on the build. If I had one more action point, which is to say, I actually do have one more action point, but if I had one more action point, I would take it for sure. But, oh, my backpack is actually full. I've looted too much without actually selling. Hilarious. Get rid of this scroll. I'm gonna get rid of some scrolls here. But yeah, if I had one more point, which I'm not using, I'm doing this as an 80-point build. I'm not using my racial tome or my universal tome. I would take the movement speed. Oh, missing. And I'm going to be using the shrine up here, just because the shrine is very helpful in terms of getting my action boost back, and I want to have that, as well as just having Nimith with her spell points. I forged Fate Twisted items in 2 hours yesterday. That's pretty sweet. Damn. I've seen people farm out that chest for hours in Isle of Dread, or not Isle of Dread, in Feywild. The ugh. I don't like this. I don't like taking that much damage. The make-believe chest. No. Rest you just used a cake? Possibly. Go, let's rest, dude. Yay! Oh, nice. That's not bad. Yeah, Fairy and I, when we were first went out to farm, our first chest at endgame was a Fate Twisted one. But the problem is we were, like, the only people that were out there. So we were like, anybody need a Fate Twisted chest? And it was just radio silence from the guild. Your fun tank for the profane? Depends. I want it for the hardcore league. I don't think you actually need it that much on hardcore, especially considering you can just use filigree. Like, get a couple mythic items, some Reaper bonuses to physical resistance rating, and like an actual real filigree set, and you're fine. I'm just on hardcore, and I don't have access to most of those things. Alright, monsters spawn behind you here, so when you come in here, the monsters will spawn behind. I remember when this quest was like an event. And you would come in to do Tear of Deccan, and it was like, we're doing Tear of Deccan, everybody. Okay, I even reached out. Oh, sorry, it was the Koya. My memory sucks. I apologize. Alright, since there's most everything I want. Yeah, it's not bad. I apologize. I could use a tower shield if I wanted. I just don't currently want to use a tower shield, but it is an option. I like the idea of having more max dex bonus, but maybe tower shield's better for heroics. Holy Great Axe, though, or Holy Dwarven Axe is not bad. Hey, buddy, guess what? I have an agate shard, an amber shard, a cinnabar shard, lapis, malachite. I picked up 2 for sure. There we go. He gave me some PP. He gave me 10 PP. What a nice guy. I gotta sell all the crap in my inventory. Fortunately, there's a tavern right here. Yeah, nowadays it is actually still good to do that if you want to split up your whole group. Just jam everybody in a different direction. Better reinforced. There's more fortification. I will take it for champs. You never know when you're going to encounter. I don't need this muckbane, so I'm selling it. Prudent cloak. Cloak of Autumn. I should probably bank the Cloak of Autumn now that I think about it. Probably a good idea. Banking the Cloak of Autumn. I was supposed to put the deadly goggles on and I forgot. I don't want deadly weapon scrolls. That's just some free money. Thanks, video game. I want to repair all my broken weapons. Sell everything. Oh, yeah. 11,000 PP? Oh, 11,000 platinum pieces. Oh, yeah. I think I have 2 different stacks of repair potions. So I think I'm okay. And now I can just buy buffs with impunity. Now I don't really need to worry about money anymore. Now I can buy anything that I want. So now I'm in the clear to buy whatever items I think are necessary for my adventure, which is exactly what I'm going to do. All right, so this is Trapless Gwylans Stand. There is one thing I need to do. There's one monster I need to kill. If I can't kill it, I can't do it. It is a single monster. One guy who runs up a staircase. If I don't get him, I have to reset. So I'm going to be attempting to get him from a very long distance. So this should be manageable, but we'll see. My trip is not great. You guys? No, just one. Only one guy. One guy spawns a force trap, which is non-resistible and is unaffected by magic resistance rating. Whereas the other guy spawns a sonic trap, which is affected by magic resistance rating. And sonic resistance. Oh my god. Just get hit, please. Hey, rust monsters, guess what? Destruction. I'm 5 of 5 for Feywild loot. Nice. Aren't there both force traps? No, it's just one force trap and one sonic trap. We're getting iceberg. Pretty sure I got what everyone else wanted before I died. Yeah, life is pain. As I've said before, life is in fact pain. Now, if you have Dimension Door, you can come down here and kill the trolls Dimension Door out, which saves you a lot of time in walking out of this quest. I don't have Dimension Door. In fact, you can use Dimension Door all over this quest to make it faster. I don't have Dimension Door. Also, you're wondering why my character looks the way I do? It's this shield that I get from Snow Shield. It prevents fire damage. My cloak. The Cloak of Winter. Nice barrier. Whenever I take a damage, I have a chance to get a temporary hit point shield against specifically fire damage. It might not seem super useful, but fire damage is pretty common. It's nice to have. Demonic Slab would be a great tower shield. Oh, rip, Jaskier second. Let's do the rest of this quest. Like I said, I have the elemental resistances, so I'm not really scared of most of this stuff. But, again, champs, always kill champs first. Always go for spellcasters first. Anything that's going to, like, really slow you down. And, again, now that I have a very, like, overwhelming amount of money, I'm just going to be drinking potions like crazy. Anytime I can, I will be drinking a potion to keep my health at maximum all the time. There's no reason not to. And I get all the extra hit points from drinking potions, so, yeah. I also don't need to loot every chest. Still will, but I don't need to. This quest is loaded with chests. Also quite long if you do it by yourself. So, buckle in, everybody. To throw a tip your own. Stop forgetting you have items with clickies. Keep missing valuable effects because I forget what you're wearing. I mean, that is a good tip. Put them on your action bar so you don't forget. Put them, like, right at the top. Like, I have my buffing bar. This is my buff bar down here. And I always put all my buffing items on here, which includes all my clickies. So, at some point, I'm going to need to start working in shield into my buffs. So I don't get killed by magic missiles, but we'll figure that later. RIP Angel Bright, level 12, eaten alive by a trap. Okay. So I'm just basically right now banking on getting my opportunity attack charge. I want my opportunity attack charge, so I have 2 of them. And I'm going to be watching this wizard. This trap is the trap. This is the trap.
stonework path splits in 3 directions ahead. The sound of hooves and jingling
Gotta kill this guy.
chainmail echoes off the ruined walls.
This guy. That's it. That's all I needed. So this guy right here, when he gets to the top, he activates this trap, which is a force trap. The force trap deals untyped damage. It is force. So therefore, it's not resisted by anything, and it just kills you. This guy, I don't really care, because if he activates the trap, it's a sonic trap. And it's like, oh no, sonic damage. Well, I can manage that. I take 25 less from just my elemental resistance. I have even more elemental resistance because my character... Oh god, strength damage. I have even more elemental resistance because of magic resistance rating. But magic resistance rating does not affect force damage, so just keep that in mind. It's a little weird.
The ramp
Anyway,
continues
good.
to a landing before turning
And now the rest of the quest is pretty easy.
sight.
There was pretty much the only dangerous part. The other dangerous part is, I think, here, where there's a lot of elf priests. The priests are very dangerous if they are champs. If they're not champs, they're not a big deal. But you always want to kill them first. They heal, and they cast Searing Light, which can hit you reasonably hard. So keep that in mind. Additionally, this quest is loaded with shrines, so just use them all. Getting knocked over by minotaurs can be pretty bad, so just don't do that. Battle Rager dead. Come over here. There's a priest, so I'm going to ignore everybody else and go after the priest. There's Magic Missile. Don't love that, but I don't care. And they're dead. Also, that shrine, I'm going to be using that and telling Nimith to use it as well.
Your eyes sting as you pour the gray powder into the Thorani supply crates.
I don't know why some of these priests wear like this like cool black metal armor. It's very cool looking. I'm very jealous. This very avant-garde look going on. I got a new ring.
Help. About 90 minutes in with only Throma order and it's been super fun so far. Bosses die in seconds while leveling. The sword is now taunting me to use other weapons and I find it hard to let go of it.
I mean, it's a good weapon. Don't use anything else. Gonna hit 20 tonight? No. I'm not gonna hit 20 tonight. Here we go. We're all set. And now back we go. You found an orange portal off in the corner. You linked me the smallest image known to mankind. I don't know what this is. Oh yeah, I think you uploaded the wrong thing. That link doesn't mean or look like anything. I have no idea what that is. Been a while since I had fun on PoE, so that was pretty neat. Hey, I'm glad you're having a good time. I usually have fun on Path of Exile. The thing about Path of Exile is it is a very good, I don't know, time killer. Fills in the gaps. The only thing I don't like about it, actually, there's a lot of things I don't like about it. The main thing is how it affects my arthritis.
Straight ahead on this Sauropox flips a slimy claw in your direction and growls at the
Gotcha. Zeropox. Bastard.
dead. You have slain him. Your eyes sting as you pour the
Okay, I forgot there's actually a second elf. So we're going to get the second elf as well. There's an elf who walks up and down here and will activate another trapped bridge area. So it's here. Where's the elf? He's up here. Perfect. This guy activates a lightning trap all the way down here. It's avoidable, but it's just something to keep in mind. Okay, just how old are you now? It's a long story. I don't want to go into it, but yeah. I'm old enough. Oh no, Iscarium. Didn't they just die? I swear I saw them die today. Anyway, rest in peace. That's why you Hobgoblin Cleric. That's why you use fire resistance. Anyway, what is this? Oh, that's wrong link. That's I'm 30 years old. What's this link? Oh, that in the distance? That's the League Mechanic Room. Yeah. Oh, jeez. This is what I get for looking at my other... Don't look at your other monitor while you're trying to play the game. You walk on the edge and the traps don't get you. So you get through here. Oh my god. So that's good. Yeah, that's just the League Mechanic room. That's all that is. Hey, what's up? Is on the map? Yes, it's that way. It prevents they put it just really far away in the distance when the map loads. That way there's fewer loading screens. So it just loads it at the beginning when you log into it. So there's just less loading screens in the game. If they didn't do that, they'd have a loading screen and then another loading screen. But instead, they just have a fade to black. Okay, another trap. How do you stop it? You just stop here. That's it.
That this supply site is well fortified. Reason dictates that this is the main.
Astro items from Isle of Dread. I heard staffs are all the rage. I don't know. I don't know if we can answer that question. Yeah. Not walking into traps? Yep. It's me. Not walking into traps, guy. You can walk into traps, but not me. Oh, I forgot to mention, the reason why I didn't go in these squares is because there's a trap in that other room. There's a big poison trap, and it just kills you if you walk in the middle of it. Okay, I actually wanted to kill this elf priest, so the fact that I didn't do that is terrifying, but whatever, it is what it is. Yeah, don't go in the middle, there's traps here. Not in this one, but in the other room. So, rule of thumb, when you're in Gwylans stand, don't go in between these 4 pillars. Because either you get jumped by these minotaurs that spawn on you in this one without expecting it, or you have to deal with the traps, the poison traps that are going to get you.
Your eyes sting as you pour the great.
My tongue hurts because I'm chewing on it so much, and I don't know why.
Your eyes sting
Woo!
as you
Very
pour
fun.
the great powder into the Thorani supply crates.
All right, almost done. Following live alongsides. I mean, maybe. And again, Nimeth is just kind of like cleaning house. She kills almost every single person that exists here, so it's great. You don't have to do a whole lot. I had sour creams for having Nashville hot chicken instead. That's a pretty big change in recipe, but I'm with it. Sounds good to me. Minotaurs. Alright, now I should have enough time to get over to the other side. Live in the Ajin hardcore? I mean, maybe. I'm gonna lie, I thought I would have made some dumb mistake by this point, but apparently not. I'm in the clear, so. I'm already level 9. Level 9.
Boxes containing essential House Thorani supplies.
Melee.
Ruins here. A squad of guards watches over the supplies.
Why is Nimeth almost dead? Alright, this is another one you can't avoid. How do you not take damage from this trap? You jump on one side, and you have fire resistance and a shield. I'm going to say this again and again. Jump, featherfall, fire resistance, shield, or resistance shield. Jump and resistance are given by House P buffs, and this quest is in House Fjarlan. It's amazing. Spicy? I mean, it is hot chicken, so that means you're going in the right direction. Just use her as a barometer for how hot the chicken needs to be. You do these old school quests. I used to play back in like 2006. The types of games that I would spend money on. It seems like the type of game that I would have to spend money on to have fun with it. Yep, it is. DDO is definitely the type of game that you need to spend money on to have fun with it. Well, not all the fun. Like, you can, if you're, you've never played before, you can definitely log in and just, like, run around and do some quests and have a good time. But yeah, if you want to play, like, the new stuff, you gotta spend the money. All right, there's a trap here. It's probably going to hit you one time. So just jump over on the left side. But you have to jump over that line. If you don't jump over that line, you're going to run right into it. But if you go on the left side, you guarantee you only get hit by one trap at most, which is ideal. But yeah, when it comes to paying for stuff in Dungeons & Dragons Online, that is the nature of the beast, right? Video games cost money to make, and since they cost money to make, somebody's got to pay money for them eventually down the line somewhere. And I don't think Dungeons & Dragons Online is expensive in general. Like, for me, Dungeons & Dragons Online is not expensive. For many other people, Dungeons & Dragons Online is not expensive. The problem is Dungeons & Dragons is expensive if you're starting from nothing, because you have to buy everything the entire way up. Whereas, incrementally, the amount that you spend is really not that much for what they charge for it comes out during the year. So it is a complicated notion. Also, I got Swift Demise, one of the few good leveling crossbows, because it is a ×3. I don't know where it went in my inventory, but I got it. Oh, there it is. Swift Demise, ×3. Cool. Is it a ×3? Yeah, it is. It's weird. Dodge 4 or double strike 5? Double strike's a lot of damage, but dodge is dodge. I'm gonna do double strike. Screw it. I have dodge passives. So I'm 5. I only lost 1% dodge and I gained 5% double strike and 10 jump. Cool. If you want it, you're more than welcome to have it. Hey, I did get an item from W Trim, Heavy Darkwood Shield. I can't open it. This is a solo build. But speaking of solo build, this is going to be the end of solo playthrough for the day. Because 1, I got to get ready to do some Reaper 4s on hardcore. And 2, I need to take a quick break to figure out why I'm still biting my tongue. Because it is annoying. My tongue